Hello, everybody, and welcome to Launchpad 3. I'm Too Soon, joined here by P. Flair, and everyone knows the stakes at this point, right? But just in case this is your first time, which I highly doubt, Launchpad clears for liftoff. And this is the last Launchpad, so last chance qualifier, kinda, sorta, for these teams to qualify for liftoff. P. Flair, how you doing, man?
Oh, I'm doing all right, doing pretty solid. And today, what it seems like here, if I understand this correctly, a bit of a battle of the cute, a cute triangle against cutie patooties. talk about some names. But in all actuality, talk about some names. There are at least one or two here that may ring some bells here. Torin in particular, I have recalled from before, as well as Mycotic, actually, if that one I'm remembering correctly. So, should be interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, no strangers to players on both of these teams on Cutie Patootie
Hmm.
side, right? We have Yunaka or Ultra Dre, however you know them
Hmm.
better, uh, absolutely terrorized that that very foreign Bite Breakers tournaments, but very consistent Smags as well, longtime team member, team players. Uh, we are headed to App with a primetime ad rush start. And with the CDR and with ad rush in particular, I mean, I'm expecting to see bodies fly, P Flare.
Yeah, no, that is a heck of a start, and that is going to make things be pretty fast, pretty furious, basically off jump. I would not be surprised if we saw KOs, honestly, from the first goal. I mean, that could happen anytime, but again, like prime time ad rush start in particular, yeah, that could be. Things might get be a bit dicey for a team here.
Yeah, absolutely. And draft coming through, we see typical bands with Juliet Rasmus, but the Drakkar pickup is what I'm seeing here as sort of the third man for really reliable kill confirms. But on their side, we do have Asher, and Asher Estelle is going to apply so much corner pressure, whereas this Rune Drakkar, this is actually lore accurate Maelstrom comp. Holy. They're going to
Yeah.
try and be a little bit more tricky with things. We'll have to see which game plan is going to win out in the end.
Yeah, for sure. I'm going to have to do a whole lot harder seeing that than others because I got a bit of a glitch, so I am actually back in the lobby. But we gonna make it through. It's first game of the day is what it is.
Yeah, if we could get a side stream going for P Flare.
Okay. Oh, right there.
Hold on a second. Very, very awesome possum. Okay, so
Yep.
P Flare should be able to
Let's rock
see,
and roll.
and
Yep,
what I'm
rock and
seeing
roll.
right now is the Drakkar just coming back in Legend, battered and bruised, worse for wear as Yunaka tries to dribble topside, forcing the flip from Mycotic, but Torin able to reset this offense. There's a flip to work with, but Mycotic so stalwart in the defense, able to clear it out, but just for how long as it gets back right there into that top pocket. But a nice dribble, can't hold it on forever. Smags looking this to work bot side, and once again, Mycotic able to hold an incredible show of defense from them.
Yeah, no, Smash is doing a whole lot of work. Basically, been trying to drop those bodies already, like we kind of anticipated. Been getting a lot of players like low on stagger already. But I say this constantly, and I mean it. Health is a resource. As long as you ain't dead, you can still, if you're willing to roll those dice, you can still be in the plan. You can still make a difference, and you can see that it kind of paid off. They stayed consistent. They stayed on it, and right now enemy goal is open and has to flip Thorin to try and save it. Does, and they get a body for it in exchange.
Yeah, we're seeing that ad rush proc coming through. Naka with so much speed.
He
Oh
got
no!
past it.
Torin misses! He's stuck rolling the log as the core rolls on by. Heartbreak, but I mean a well-deserved point for a cute triangle as Mycotic just held it down for so long.
Yeah, no kidding. That was a heck of a first point. So we're probably gonna see that happen again. Bodies are already stacking. Those pillars just ripping things apart right now, and we have Mycotic already full stack of butter soda as Yunaka. Flips are about to come out. I get the feeling already, since this one's already been very fast and furious as they are trying to keep that core in opposition territory. Yep, there that flip goes out. Went for the kill. No dice there. Already you can see like they are really using those cooldowns, those short cooldowns and everything else.
Yeah, all three members participating on the offense, but Yunaka giving them a break with the kill on Symbiotic Sweater, getting torn up in the pocket, but a nice Crystal Thorns from Smags confirms it, and there goes the body block from the Asher. Mycotic just unable to get in position, and a swift response from Cutie Patooties after being on the back foot for most of that point.
Yeah, no, that was honestly a very nice little body block. It's one of those things that it's hard to really pull off in the heat of the moment. I mean, like a decent body block, just because things tend to like change and move so fast in a lot of these games. So being able to have the wherewithal to do that is great, but having the wherewithal to basically see what happened to your teammate and said, nope, I'm about to, look, let's run that back is also very on target. So got a bit of a 2-on-2 going for a little bit there, but that is ended up real quick as the goal gets opened.
Yeah, an incredible banish from Legend, getting everybody and the core to boot, as we have an open net situation for both teams here, just buying for a solid possession of the core. Really difficult with how open this map is, especially with Estelle being able to sneak the core away at any point. We're seeing a lot of back passes, just trying to get a coordinated offense going. Mycotic is going to opt to send it to Drakkar here. Could die, but a nice live, evades just in case. All these players aware of everything, waiting for the cooldowns, but unfortunately Smag's not aware of the Drakkar shotgun. It's a power play, it's ad rush, Soup committed early, but it's getting snuck around with the portal, and the lizard, the log falls, and a cute triangle take their second point.
That was actually like a very slick duo play as the Tofu Fortress came out. Just managed to get it, sneak it in right under there, and Symbiotic made sure it went in, made sure that like Log or whatever just was not able to get it past, won the strike war, and just a very nice heads-up play there.
Yep, and we're seeing a lot of that same effort, goalie stepping up. Again, members of the team, all of them participating on offense and defense. Mycotic's flip a little bit too late, dangerous spot, but able to get it out with Astral Projection. Now it's Symbiotic Sweater's turn, who gets it with the lock and load. Legend with the rebound here, opting to send it backside, but nice interception from Smags. Now it's their turn to strike. There's a flip from Yunaka, gets the pass, and a beautiful Crystal Thorns follow-up. Very aware, very omniscient with the passing plays, getting that goal in, tying it up 2-2.
Yeah, very nice on Cutie Patooties in general. I have noticed that every time a Q Triangle does manage to work themselves into, the paint, get a point, and pull off these great plays, Cutie Patooties are very quick to respond. They are not getting like left in the lurch by any means. So these two are really fighting basically on a pretty even keel here.
Yeah, absolutely. Even once more, both these teams not able to get anything really going, and that's so unfortunate for Smags. The beam just not quite online there. Symbiotic Sweater with the portal, trying to keep it top side, but it gets cleared down. Mycotic with the core now, going to send it up with the portal. And Torin, he steps up, and Yunaka is able to get the kill. Disaster now for Acute Triangle. Bot side offense, Torin, Yunaka, back pass into the fortress. What?
Wow. That was a sick pass setup in general. That was like a very quick shell game almost, the way they managed to feed it between each other and get that Tofu Fortress out. Very much rewarded for that kind of play with a lot of these awakenings.
Yeah, Happy Star on the Dubu is just such a big boon. But Timeless on the Atlas, not too shabby. We have a bunch of size on this draft, but the damage on Asher is going to be crucial, leaving the midfields with sort of nothing burger, probably both going to take the spark and scale. Ultimately, I do think that Cutie Patooties got the better end of it.
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna actually agree with that. At this point, with how they're playing specifically, because of how their playstyle is, I would actually agree with Cutie Patooties getting the better of that one. They have been doing their best to make use of any kind of like strength, any kind of like advantage they can get to really make sure that Acute Triangle doesn't get a whole lot of momentum going. And it feels to me that Triangle actually does have to work a lot harder for like these goals than Cutie Patooties do. That's not to say like neither team has to work hard, but it seems like what ends up happening is Cutie Patooties gets more of these breakaways. They're good on capitalizing on moments. Meanwhile, when Q Triangle does get a score, it's just because of the onslaught. You know what I mean? They managed to get themselves in a prime position through a lot of like quarreling and through a lot of fighting.
Yeah, and even though this power play is going to be refreshed for Q Triangle, there was one good kill already. Fortunately, they can't make that magic happen again. The power play does cash out. Symbiotic Sweater with the pass and the flip. Beautiful sustained offense from Acute Triangle. A nice shot bot side from Legend, and we are getting their first point, Acute Triangle.
Yeah, beautiful catch with the flip, honestly. Regent recognized that, wasn't going to be there in time, but also recognized that power play was just about to be over with. Was like, nope, going to try and take advantage of this right now. Bot side is going to be clear for like maybe 2 more seconds. 2 more seconds is all I need. Boom, beautiful play right there. Beautiful shot calling, and as they get the goal out, trying to do a little bit more of that. Flip comes out to save it, though. You can see Sweater just kind of hanging on to Yunaka, trying to make sure that Yunaka doesn't get a whole lot of room to act, and trying to make sure that the play, like they can't do that, because I've noticed Yunaka doing a lot of like top side, trying to stuff it through, which to be fair, it's Asher. That's Asher doing Asher things. But that doesn't mean it ain't scary as all get out.
Yeah, and it's Yunaka with the core trying to dribble at bot. He has solo possession here, and he waits for the cooldown, waits for the portal to confirm it in. I mean, the awareness from this forward, first we have the back pass set up in the Tofu Fortress last set, and then to wait for the cooldowns there when most players would have just jumped the gun. Just incredible sportsmanship, showmanship from Yunaka there.
Yeah, no, that was what we call very, very good patience, but also that's also a little bit of bloodthirst from Smags as the kill comes happening. So right now, it is a Q Triangle that is very much on the defense. Yunaka taking a few bumps and bruises. Flip comes out, trying to get that goal barrier. No dice. They say vengeance for the fallen, and now it is a power play on the side of Triangle.
Yeah, it might be a double soon with Smags looking so battered. Won't even get to see him die as a weird portal lock and load is able to confirm the second goal for Acute Triangle. The damage really coming through here for Acute Triangle.
Yeah, they are trying to turn it up, and it's not like it's not happening. So we need to see if this is going to hold out for very much longer, as Symbiotic tries to go for, like, I believe that was kind of a bit of a cheeky flip kill, but couldn't quite see that one as computer issues. But I do see that the goal is open on the side of the Q Triangle, and Yunaka is threatening as ever.
Yeah, having a hard time clearing it past this midline again with this midfield presence, but it looks like it's gonna bite them. Cutie Patooties unable to capitalize fully as their barrier gets taken. Dribbling is Asher here, but unfortunately can't hold on to it forever. Mycotic patient in the pocket as we rotate top side. Torin trying to get it through this rune and does so successfully, but nobody's able to get the rebound. Again, with the field so open, it's hard to retain possession of the core for too long. An incredible save off of that portal as well. But again, we're seeing fleeting strikes here. Quick glances as Torin steps up to buy time off this power play.
Yeah, you can see that I was about to say they were doing like a lot of passing, trying to basically figure out a lane to try and slide it through, because Smash was putting up a game defense, had to basically, that looked like a sort of like banished pillar there, but they managed to get it. They managed to find the hole, and managed to slide it downward, and just was not able to catch it. So it is their time. We are tied up in sets, and they are going to try and make this draft worth it.
Yeah, and we're already seeing a crucial deny coming out from Cutie Patooties. Drakkar getting that 1-2 punch just would have been devastating, but A double deny even with the twin drive pickup, but these aren't bad takes in the slightest for these characters. Core speed, always a valuable resource, as well as Rose Warp. And even though Legan gets 2 sparks and is allowed to scale even more, the whole team in fact, I do feel like Cutie Patooties once again might have gotten out with highway robbery a little bit.
No, I agree with that. I feel like whatever Q Triangle is going to do, they are trying to like scale for in game. That's just off cuff, like glancing guess at how they drafted. But it does seem to be. It's not like it's ineffective. So hey, we're gonna see how it goes as they do get this gold barrier from Cutie Patooties. Mycotic again moving up, trying to provide a little bit of a third body to the offensive. To the offensive play. Doesn't quite get that though. Unaga's just so
oh no!
It gets past it. Torin once again I believe that was the same thing as the last time, like was committed to the role and just did not get the core.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's just the price you have to pay sometimes. Supplementing the offense as a goalie, it's infinitely more risky to do that when the net is open. And we see just a stray hit getting past Torn, resulting in that goal being lost. And again, beautiful offense, though, from a Q Triangle, getting this barrier down quickest we have seen it, I believe. And we're going to get a body down as well. Another ad rush proc. A little bit of miscommunication forcing the flip, but it's no big deal. The grand scheme of things. Symbiotic Sweater is able to steal the core away with all of that speed off ad rush, and Torin unfortunately can't save that one. A beautiful turn on the power play there for Acute Triangles. They're running away with it.
Yeah, very nice. They seem to have stepped things up a little bit now. Torin, I noticed, had full stick of butter, decided not to just go for that one, as Unaga decided to go for that body. And I think this is probably what they were like hoping for to use again, that flip four. Just said go next, and hopefully we can get it on this one, turn things around. Legend, however, also having full stick of butter, also having full flip, looking up there. Almost, I was worried about like maybe trying to get hunted down, but that flip does go out. Unaka and Torin trading places for a little bit, and it's not like Asher is a bad goalie either. So hey, good on them to recognize that and basically get Unaka out of trouble, because they were looking pretty low.
Yeah, Unaka's been just taking so much damage. That's the one thing about corner offense. You're just in a position susceptible all the time, but Mycotic was susceptible to getting that flip stuffed by Asher. Unaka, he's really been the star player for Cutie Patooties. One to keep your eyes on. Just being able to solo win against the goalie when Atlas has these cooldowns, it's impressive, really. And finding a kill like that as well, the ad rush proc, the pass not coming through though, the offense still rages forward. Strike Lord's winning, supplemented by the quick strikes. Unaka is going to get the core fed to him again, but can't quite handle it. Don't worry. You have a capable midfielder in Smags covering the outs with the Rose Warp and the Beam, and all of a sudden we're tied up 2-2.
Yeah, this one I would not be surprised if it goes long. Just how quickly both these teams have been able to kind of like answer to each other and just kind of recognize, okay, here's what we need to do and here's how we need to adjust. Because they have been basically trading back and forth blows. Beautiful setup. The Tofu Fortress just flip into Tofu. They get their goal barrier taken, but they take a body for their own. But still, precarious situation for Acute Triangle. Unaka is just mitigating as much of that as possible, though. Gets the goal barrier of their own. Unaka has been just, like we said it earlier, but Unaka's just been kind of like the problem. And Smag's just waiting in the cut to cover any kind of mistakes or any issues. That's just a frightening combination that Acute Triangle has had difficulties dealing with.
That was actually so unbelievably well coordinated. The beam of Estelle cut Mycotic's easy corner clear, and because he was already out of position going to commit for that, the ball just floated right to Yanaka, who's able to cash it in, no problems. Is going to take this bulk up, more damage, as well as taking it away from the Atlas, who has peak. An incredible pickup for Unaka. Gets rewarded for their efforts in full.
Yeah, no, I am really liking this draft from Cutie Patooties. I am really liking this draft from Cutie Patooties. I mean, a Q Triangle did not leave with nothing. I actually am a bit of a fan personally of Glass Cannon. But in general, I think Cutie Patooties has just been able to draft very well this whole game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're able to see it in their gameplay. Even on the back foot, they still fight. They still get these opportunities, these breakaways, and they're able to do the most with it. As Smag's doing the most with that Rose Warp, able to save it from Leggins' very capable hands as Yunaka gets solo core possession topside. Tofu Fortress to supplement. That's a huge Cosmic Expanse, buying so much time, but they still have the core. Torn will pass it back up. Nice Spanish, though, putting a halt to the play for now, as both teams sort of trying to vie for this possession in the midfield. Strike Wars being won and lost consistently, as Symbiotic Sweater has the breakaway, but Torin able to put a stop to it with the roll here. Flips being built up by these goalies, going to make taking this goal a little bit harder of a task now, as Yunaka tries to take the life of the Rune, but unfortunately fails in their endeavors. It's overtime now. We have it top side. The Tofu Fortress, the Rose Warp, everything. It's just going so fast, but nothing's able to hold the core, as we see the barrier beam taking Rune there. Incredible. That's the power. That's a heavy impact. It's power play now. Yunaka able to get it with a breakthrough. Has the flip smags. Can't quite get it to him, though, as a cute triangle. They're going to hold on for now.
Yeah, they do manage to hold on through that power play. Flip even gets burned on the side of Cutie Patooties for no gain, which, you know, Q Triangle is very gracious for. This core has been going like a million miles per hour. Another flip comes out. Flip's kind of everywhere. Banish comes out. There's a lot going on in this round as this overtime continues to go on. And Cutie Patooties are trying everything to try and make this point end, but Acute Triangle are the ones that managed to stop the proceedings with that goal. Symbiotic Sweater just gets into a 1v1 with Torin, wins it out. Just very beautiful, just like persistency and consistency on that offense.
Yeah, a frantic point being closed out by the Xenocloak mix-up. Torin just unable to react in time as this core goes a little bit wide. The dash is being expended to cover it. We've seen this happen time and time again for Cutie Patooties, but they're able to recover from it that time. Yunaka, unfortunately, won't be able to recover from that, and neither will the Lizard. We have a 2v2 situation as Smags almost gets a breakaway there. Unfortunately, not going to pan out. Both of these death timers are just going to be killed with relatively nothing happening, but a missed roll by Torin's going to cost that barrier, and a lost strike war by Smags means Legan is going to cash that goal in. 2-0, Acute Triangle.
Very nice, very nice, like comeback so far from Acute Triangle, and beautiful angle on that goal from Leggings. That's just, again, that's just being very like persistent and not being willing to like give up on the play, not trying to like retreat on the play. But you can see that both teams are. I feel like both teams are getting particularly ornery with how they started with how these kills have been going. So I mean, it's not surprising me whatsoever. I'm just noting it. But you see Legend with that flip ready to go, trying to get in a good position for it. Smack's doing their best to make sure that it never comes into play. Does manage to sneak it around past Mycotic, gets that gold barrier. There's his taking and trade though. Blood for blood. Yep. Very apt statement. Blood for blood. Goalie down. They're trying to make this goal happen before they get back up. This is probably like the cleanest opportunity they've had in a hot minute, and they do manage to take advantage of it. And as Smacks tried to interrupt that, no dice though. Legend just takes it, slots it into the bottom corner, and very quick response to that set take with a set take of their own. We are off to set 5.
Yeah, and here we go. Rune MVP means guaranteed 3 sparks, an incredible boon for them. But Hotshot on the board for this Estelle is dangerous in its own right. Not going to take it, though. Opts for the Deadeye, more damage. It's interesting, right? Both of these picks, besides the Spark, they both serve to supplement these characters, but also as great denies. And it's just interesting to see the push-pull nature of this game and the drafting, as I think characters on both teams, their builds look extremely nasty, but my eyes are on the Spark Haver.
Yeah, I was actually going to say the same, because here's the thing. Spark of Leadership is one of those, if you can make it work, it's great, but that's a bit of a tall order. But it does seem like Legend managed to get, at the very least, a bit lucky, because with Spark of Leadership, that is being shared with their teammates. So, in general, that is faster cooldowns, faster speed for that whole team. And I'm sure you know that even maybe just a couple points more in speed, just a couple percentages can make the difference. It can make all the difference between getting to a core in time and saving it from a goal or not.
Exactly. But the stats not quite working out in their favor. I lied, because Symbiotic Sweater gets a completely outrageous kill on Yunaka. Power play refreshing Torin. What a beautiful save. Nerves of Steel. Well, this car's going every which way, but not on the barrier. We have the backwards clear, the Sad Boys on Imi's app, as that barrier will stand strong. We pass to Smags. Cosmic Expanse gets burned really early. If they can coordinate an offensive take here, that's Atlas's hold potential cut in half. Has the flip, though, not going to use it just yet. Nice defense from Legend and Symbiotic Sweater, but Torin is able to hold that core with the flip, and nobody's bot side. So first blood, this last set, goes to Cutie Patooties.
Beautiful patience, for basically got Symbiotic Sweater to flinch, just swing at nothing, whiffed entirely, and made him pay for that. And they are trying to ride that momentum. They get their goal barrier out. They do manage to defend their own for now, trying to clear it out on the north side, and they do manage that. Symbiotic Sweater nearly getting killed, forces the ult out. Flip comes out as well. It is a cute triangle that are now on the back foot for a little bit.
Yeah, sweating a bit, especially after last point. Their incredible offense didn't pan out at all, but that banish, surely, and they do cash it in with the lock and load. So we have equalized open net situation, dangerous for both teams, as Yunaka is able to cheat death ever so slightly. But Torin, he's out of position again with the shadow swap coming through. Legend is just uncontested bot side, and we're equalized 1-1.
Yeah, I would not be surprised whatsoever if this goes 0.5, just full set 5.5. But yeah, that was beautiful, that pillar. But that's also beautiful, just completely taking out the lizard. And again, like, these teams are just like answering each other like very quickly as that goal gets taken, and an almost routine score in comparison to these slugfests that we've had for this set so far.
Yeah, and cashing in on these ad rush procs more often than not is Cutie Patooties. They're just 1 point away from moving on in the bracket, and they have the core in a favorable spot. Torin backs up early now, learning from his past mistakes. You love to see it because he's done such a great job holding it in the paint here. Flip to work with Smags. Solo possession, almost dies, but uses the flip wisely to keep their life alive. Going to get staggered, though, as Torin and Yunaka in a familiar spot, holding it in the bots. Wait! Myconic's dead! Myconic's dead! Goalie down! Forwards have to bail out immediately. A critical strike from Yunaka, as he's gonna find another! The power play's refreshed. We're sending it bot side, but Legend, he has the core. He's stalling seconds, precious seconds. Each and every one of them. The Cosmic Expanse coming through as well. Tofu Fortress, it's just too much. And now their man's back online, but at the cost of their barrier. Cutie Patooties making them pay for every last inch they gain.
They have got to strike back here and now. A cute triangle, definitely on the back foot. Yunaka, and there it goes. That another blood for blood, bodies for bodies, trying to tie this up. Symbiotic Sweater face down Torin. Torin gets the better of it for this one. They're trying it again. They are trying everything to make this power play worthwhile. Does not manage to cash out on it. Hold is complete for Cutie Patooties. This is their chance to close things out. Legend does manage to clear it off the enemy territory. Symbiotic Sweater decides to abandon scoring pretense, tries to go for the kill, does not get anything for it. Smogs, however, is low and has to think about their antics. Beautiful defense there from Mycotic for now. In their face! and just Mycotic just flinched. Mycotic got caught sleeping, and that's how it ends.
And the most heartbreaking part is Unaka got that ball off an unfortunate central bounce in the hole. Legan was
Hmm.
trying to use the portal to pass to the Lizard. It just didn't pan out. And my god, what a heartbreaking way to lose. Just a checkmate at the end there. Incredibly played by both teams. I mean, defensive masterclass, a killing cinema. This is what you want to see when you go to Bestian slot and watch some NASL. Like, this was a great cinematic game.
Yeah, no, both these teams very much just came out the gate firing and just really did not let up for this whole match. Just constant back and forth, constant, okay, what are you doing? I'm gonna solve that. Okay, you solve that, now I'm gonna solve your solving. And just, it was as much of a box, it was boxing chess boxing. Have you heard of that? That was this game. Cerebral, and then they just beat the living daylights out of each other.
Yeah, so Cutie Patootie is just ever so slightly more cuter than the acute triangle who looks oblong after this game. But coming up next, we do have more NASL Launchpad games for you. So don't go anywhere and we'll be right back. All right, we are back with more Launchpad, and it's when in Rome versus one more for the road. I think these teams hate us casters because there's no way I'm going to be able to say all these words all the time. But P-Flare, we are headed to Resident Sleeper, Oni's Village, and with both of these teams being as strong as they are, I don't think it's any surprise to say that we might be in it for the long haul.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That sounds about right to me. I am not seeing anything particularly outrageous on the character select either on either team. Kilius, Coin in particular are the two that I'm looking at. So everybody taking Twin Drive too, so at the very least that'll be fun. That's a lot of abilities that is going to be coming out. So hopefully that might help speed things up a little bit. And hey, we do have one barrier taken already, but even though it is, Oni Village, that's kind of par for the course. Yep, that's stock Oni Village start. So we're going to see how this plays out.
Yeah, and an interesting pick coming out here with Dave on the Finny. You typically run lock it down goalies like Dubu because taking this second barrier is just a monumental task each and every time, barring a crazy blunder. And we see the ease that the goalie just has with all these options, but there's the blunder I was talking about. Spartan rolling to the middle of nowhere, causing that second barrier to drop. First blood, and getting both of these barriers open. It's going to go to the road team as they also capitalized on the first kill as well, with Coin being taken out of the game. Dave at the midfield line, opening up so many options here, but Roxas just can't brute force it through Dubu and Coin back online.
Yeah, got both first bloods. I believe you said that was Rome. Road, excuse me.
Road.
Rome. Good gracious. But yeah, so far they have been kind of like on top. They also have a flip, and I was about to say Spartan had a flip for the sake of defense, but had to burn that one to prevent like Roxas from starting any kind of shenanigans. But that only lasts so long. Roxas just with a clean shot, and Spartan not able to save it. Just plain and simple. And that is how the first point ends.
Yeah, Roxas forcing a 50-50 when no 50 should have been forced in the first place. Say that 3 times fast. Able to get that first goal for Road. As they're looking to equalize in barriers here. But again, the first barrier on Oni Village, always fraudulent, but what isn't fraudulent is the damage on Coin. Really feeling the effects. Juno, Zentaro, and Finny just pump out damage all the time, and Coin has really been feeling it as that second barrier, first barrier is going to fall, and so will the second in a quick succession. Extremely uncharacteristic, especially from a Dubu, but a beautiful pass from Kilius to Roxas top side. There's nothing any goalie could have done there.
That was just a very nice setup there, and as you were saying, this team for this road team of Finny, of Zentaro, of just Juno, just able to shed a lot of damage on anyone who tries to, get a little bit too fresh. Like Coin right there. Just, this is going to be a bit of a rough game for the Rasmus, I feel. It was their last point, it's there at this point, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's going to be just a recurring issue for the most part. Already getting out damaged are Rome, and that's not what you want to see in set 1, really.
Not in the slightest, especially with both barriers down. Out for the count, Coin is staggered. This is a very precarious situation for them as Kilius jumps in with the slimes, but nice cooldown usage from Spartan is just going to hold on to it for now as Dave gets beat out with the flip. Coin still has it, but Kilius able to rotate back in time to prevent the worst of it, and it's Wiggly Wobbly's turn to strike with the Gigas, just going to get stuffed out as Spartan is eating every cooldown from Roxas, and for what? As the core eventually makes its way right back to the capable hands of Coin, who, I mean, he's not been able to play the game for long, as he's just been eating so much damage. But when he finally got it, we're really seeing the weakness of Finny being unable to hold in the open net.
Yeah, no, I'm honestly not surprised, even as they are very quick to strike back and get this point, get this set. That was a very fast one. I was about to start talking about Coin and how they are really, really dangerous on the Rasmus, but it seems like Road just does not care
Oh,
about that.
oh no.
Oh, and they
You
ain't
seeing
about to
what
care
I'm
about it.
seeing?
And they ain't about to care about it either. Nope.
Oh, Thanos. Thanos is on the field, guys.
Nope.
Hot shot Juno,
Juno.
first draft.
Like
That was just like
off
worst case scenario for
yeah.
Rome.
Yeah, like just
I,
off the rip. Really?
that's
Like what?
that's brutal,
Okay.
man. that that yeah. All of the roads aren't leading to Rome. They're leading to roads. And they're just branching out. Road is roading, and it's not in Rome. You know what I mean? And
All
I
roads
mean,
may lead to like destruction at this rate, because that was some very honestly, all three of them got some very nice awakenings, and it's really just letting them do what they were doing and only better. Which kind of like, yeah, you managed to already figure out attack. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, yeah, you need to be able to adapt in certain situations, but sometimes you just stumble on a winning formula.
yeah, and I mean, the first set, Road was just executing their damaging game plan so much better. They were finessing the core around Spartan, who's really, really good at holding it, but that roll is just not gonna cut it. Coin, however, is going to equalize with the pendulum swings. So it's an open net situation for both sides here, as Coin is with the core but just doesn't have the size for it. Roxas, we didn't even talk about the fact that Zentaro has got his dash awakening, which means he's just going to be zipping and zooming, able to strike the core when Spartan least expects it. Has to burn the flip here, just get the clear, save the goal. As Roxas now looking worse for wear. If they're able to get this kill, it'll be huge for them, but he uses the flip for his life, and that's it with his dying breath. Last whisper, as right now Wiggly Wobbly's just going to try and set up Coin, but unfortunately Dave, wise to use the flip there.
Yeah, just very nice timing on there. Beautiful defense from both sides, honestly, as that roll comes out. Flip comes out. Follow-up flip comes out. All three team members had to use pretty much everything in the tank in order to get that score, but score they did. And I did want to bring up real fast, we mentioned in the first set how basically Roads were able to just damage the heck out of Rome. But looking at the pickups that they got, looking at the awakenings that Wiggly Wobbly and Coin got, they are definitely aware of that issue and are trying to mitigate it. And you can kind of see it's already paying dividends, because Coin and Wiggly Wobbly, they are still getting hurt, yes, but they are not getting hurt nearly as much. They don't have to kind of like abandon plays, think twice about engaging in, you know, like big strike wars or anything as nearly as much, although clearly they still do, because regardless of what awakenings you got, that is still a Zentaro, that is still a Finian, that is still a Juno, that is still basically trying to jump you.
Yeah, absolutely. They're mitigating it, but they've stopped their ability to scale in the process. Great awareness though from Coin, able to cash in that second barrier. Finny is really good on offense, but he's not the best on defense, and we've been seeing that time and time again. Dave working the corner to perfection though, able to get a weird clear as well, but they just can't get it to Roxas, unfortunately. The speed from Wiggly Wobbly and Coin, they're just covering every single angle possible, returning it back to sender, and that gets their return for a second goal.
Yep, right. And now it is Rome that is on the verge of taking this set. Just a very nice recovery. Honestly, as impressive as we were with the Rhodes draft, it does seem like Win in Rome or the ones that made the smarter draft, because they completely shut down like the initial game plan of all roads, and right now they're basically taking advantage of, okay, what do we do to kind of, you know, adapt to that. They're taking advantage of a bit of a, like, I would say like a slow adaptation speed, but as dangerous as the situation is, they are in control, and there they go, push it straight through. Dave can do very little to nothing about it, and they take that set in honestly a pretty clean fashion.
Yeah, that's the Kai checkmate classic coming into fruition there with the barrage and the speed, just covering every single option, especially when you're strat for cooldowns like Finny was. And we're seeing an interesting take here from this Rasmus, aware that extra special on this Finny, who has been contributing to the offense tenfold, is a dangerous pickup. So going to deny that, right? Especially since Dave missed out on Timeless. That was the other starting awakening in exchange for Twin Drive, just completely stifling this ult's potential. Even though he does pick up Manu, size is going to fall onto Spartan instead, which will just make taking these barriers way more difficult.
Yeah, so honestly, very good, very clever drafting from Rome, and yeah, that first set looked dicey, but they look to be right back in it now, as all roads need to figure out a road past this really big hamster.
Big hamster indeed, as Dave just has to give that top barrier. Geist clears though, but it's the second barrier. That's the struggle. That's the crime of Oni Village, especially with the speed gates when holding on to core is just impossible. Coindle making a play on the goalie and not the core there, able to get that second barrier. As a result, really great awareness from him as passing plays from Road are starting to come out. But again, the size of this Dubu means his position can just be way lazier. He still gets the full effect of it. Unfortunately, Wiggly Wobbly trying to contain the core dies in the process. It's a power play now for Road, but they can't really do much with it as the core just unable to be handled with the speed of overtime.
Yeah, they trying to slip it past Coin and just nothing doing on that front. Just a very nice, solid defensive arrangement that Rome has right now. Phalanx type beat, and they are holding real nice.
Holding really nice once more as Rome is able to get the core flip through, beating out Dave's flip in the process. A trade they will take every day of the week, Monday through Sunday fun day, as Rome is able to get that first point of the set.
Absolutely. Rome definitely seems to have found their beat. Road still trying to find theirs. They can, like we said earlier, they can seem to occasionally get that first barrier, but it's that second one that's the real test. It's the second one that's the real struggle, and they've been having difficulty out there because Spartan has been able to hold things out so much more efficiently, and that allows Wiggly Wobbly to make a lot more of these breaks and a lot of more of these like 1v1s, and they are all for that. Coin steps in, big finish comes out. That is a really big finish, I will say that much. So that has been helping on the defense, but not quite enough. Roxa is doing their absolute best to try and eliminate Coin, just not quite able to. And that's a recurring element already in this game. Just Road not quite able to this, not quite able to that. And it is Rome that are taking full advantage whenever Road are not quite able to do something.
Yeah, that first draft was key. The game plan of damage has just been crumbled entirely, and a beautiful cover off the core flip by Wiggly Wobbly and Coin. It's just a complete reversal now that Coin and Wiggly Wobbly are able to play the game. Suddenly, you're starting to see a lot more consistent offense, an ability to recover because they're not staggered constantly. And Roxas, he's just unable to get the core from his goalie in midfield because of the speed and coverage that Rasmus and Kai both have.
Exactly. Roxas just threw literally everything at Spartan, and Spartan was like, the mouse skill issue. And so that is just kind of like indicative of just what an uphill battle that all roads have to deal with, and what the road has to deal with. And Rome is just putting up a massive wall that they cannot get around.
Yeah, massive wall, and you have a Dubu to supplement that wall. It's a monumental task for Rhodes to overcome, but they have the potential to do it. But Wiggly Wobbly's just winning every single strike war in the corner. You can't have that if you're going to want to mount a comeback. Dave clears to Wiggly Wobbly, forced to use the flip. That's a valuable resource you needed, but the barrier will stand. Whatever gets the job done, and the card gets the job done on Wiggly Wobbly. but Coin is able to get the job done, taking the barrier with Whiplash. The pendulum swings just a little bit north of where it should have been, as Kilius is going to play it slow. The pass just not quite on point, as Roxas is now staggered. Worse for wear, he won't be able to participate in the offense like he once would have. The big finish coming through, it's Coin with the flip, and Dave, he's just a little bit too far down, too far to the right, and Coin is able to sneak it topside.
Yeah, Coin is an absolute threat on this Rasmus. Always has been, frankly, always will be. Is what they do. So now getting what it looks here like that demolitionist, yeah, with how they've been playing, that is going to be scary. This is Rose's last chance to try and like draft something that may be a difference maker, and Missile Propulsion can help. Siege Machine can help. They are trying to build. They're trying to build back that kill potential from the rest of these drafts.
And dare I say, they did it, because Unstoppable went undrafted. And that's dangerous with the Stinger, with the Missile Prop, and the Siege Machine. All of these characters are going to start hitting like a truck once more. And if they're still banking on the stagger that they picked up during that first draft, I fear that might not be the case. Look at Wiggly Wobbly. He's never been staggered like that before in that previous set. Their damage game plan's back online here, but he does have Stagger Swagger, so he's going to be hard to finish off, if that's any consolation. Still, though, it's a really strong showing from Road, because they were able to get that first barrier down in a long time.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, Coin can still play the game, Wiggly Wobbly can still play the game now, but like you said, suddenly it's a big threat now. Coin does manage to win the 1v1, though. That's just... Fortunately, that was just Rasmus being able to like handle business. So right now it is on Rome to finish this before like they can kind of like get adjusted again to like their recovered damage and figure out, okay, how do we knock these guys out again? They need to do that, but they need to finish this before Road basically gets settled in.
Yep, exactly. And Roxas blinking into the play is getting denied by Spartan once more. Trying to recover after that first set going so well, and then losing the next two. It does something to your mental, man. But the big finish did take both barriers, and unfortunately Roxas, he tried to make a miracle play happen from half court. Just didn't happen. The damage has been reversed all of a sudden because of the lack of survivability. It's a power play for Rome, but they're unable to capitalize it, and worse yet, Coin burns their flip. This is the break that Rhodes need to make something happen. If they even just get one goal, they finally have the momentum that they'll need to start picking the pieces back up and building anew.
Yeah, they are managing to hold out very nicely, and Roxas wins the 1v1. Spartan does not burn the flip. I mean, fair to them. I don't think they quite need it, but I don't know if I would have even let them get that momentum going. I think I would have burned that just to keep the play going and basically keep them on the back foot. But Kilius and Dave both have full sticks of butter. They both have flips ready, and if there was ever time for this Road team to come back, it is now.
Yeah, signs of life from Rhodes as they have two flips to work with, and a third one coming online. Spartan uses his flip, trying to get some momentum, and also cheat death once more. It's one barrier down for Rhodes, but again, that first barrier is not the problem. They're just going to get handed their first barrier for free, as Wiggly Wobbly can't catch up to the core in time. And Coin, they're choosing the right person to target. No Stagger Swagger on Coin means he's going to be a sitting duck once he is staggered. Unlike Wiggly Wobbly, he's able to eat orbs and get healthy once more. Still, though, just the fact that we're seeing that damage is something, as Roxas is going to blink backside, but Spartan is just so good at covering these angles, and the big finish goes awry. That's devastating for Rhodes. A nice cover by the Slime, but it's just not enough. Rotating to cover these angles is so easy on Oni's Village, and Spartan is always there when you need him.
Yeah, just very nice play. Coin does actually manage to take out Roxas. That is like the big damage threat off the board for a critical moment. Dave has to burn a flip to try and save this one. Life is going down. Wiggly Wobbly looking low. Kilius also looking low. Roxas does come back, start swinging that sword yet again. And they
Oh!
do manage to take their vengeance. Wiggly Wobbly this time is the one to fall in. And now Power Play swings the other way. Rox is just sitting there, looming menacingly, trying to intimidate him, but no dice. That is a big hamster. No thoughts, head empty. I'ma defend all day. That's what I do. Coin definitely trying to make a similar play on the other end. Nothing doing. Kilius and Roxas both trying to make something happen with a bit of a passing play, trying to fake him out. Does not manage. Spartan holds. The core goes up to Wiggly Wobbly, and Dave just cannot get to it. This is match point. Win in Rome on the cusp of victory.
Yeah, the road starting to lead to Rome as that silly little rabbit, that white rabbit with the clock, pointing to the clock. Roads are leading to Rome. Wiggly Wobbly with the core. We're working topside. Even Spartan's feeling himself pushing up the Tofu Fortress. One bear down. Almost a second taken. But Kilius able to keep the last remnants of hope alive for Road as the core speed coming out with the hot shot. I thought this Juno would be Thanos, but no, it's Coin and Wiggly Wobbly that are Thanos instead. And there goes Roxas, damage reversal. Once more, the forward of Road taken off the field, and it's a power play for Rome. They're working bot side. They're pushing up, and the pendulum swing hits everything. On their last legs now is Road, but Roxas is back online with the blades. But unfortunately, Tofu Fortress, and you just have to cope. There's nothing to do. Wiggly Wobbly setting up Coin, but again, the finishing touch evades them for now as Road. They're going to make them work for it if they want this win.
Yeah, they are not going down quietly. They are not going down silently. And right now, Kilius and Dave trying to met up a two-man front. Flip goes out.
Oh!
Does manage to defend, but the goalie goes down. May have been kind of like a last desperate gasp, but Kilius does manage to rotate the core a little bit. Oni's blade comes out, doing everything they can to freeze this core. Dave does manage to go online. They did hold. Flip does come out as well. Nothing doing, and they get a kill for it. That patience worked out. Coin felt themselves a little bit too hard, and now it is a power play for the side of Rhodes if they can make anything happen out of it. No sale though. Wiggly Wobbly trying to push up forward, and they do.
Wow.
Wiggly Wobbly just takes on Day again. And with that, they can say, and yes, of course, you should have expected this one. Veni Vidi Vici. Win in Rome. Take it.
Absolute masterclass from Rome, and a beautiful last goal from Kai. Wiggly Wobbly dribbling, feeling himself with the pace, blazing pace, and able to secure it with the barrage checkmate situation. I mean, look at the saves on Kilius. Just forced to play back the entire game after they were unable to deathball Rome. And that's really the turning point. Once they built that survivability and they were able to avoid the deathballing, it ultimately panned out in their favor. Great tenacity from Rome when Road just had such a dominant first set.
Yeah, it was concerning for a little bit there, but they rallied back, and I was going to say they didn't let go. They almost did with that last set. Once that damage started getting back online for Road, but they held on and they made sure that they could finish it out.
Yeah, and that's wraps for this game. So all roads did lead to Rome, but your road here at this channel isn't over yet. When we come back, more Launchpad. So don't go anywhere. And we're back. When have you seen Abyss stream run without like 20 minutes of downtime in between games? Was the last time you seen that? Doesn't happen
Yeah.
too often, but this tournament has been running smoothly, and we have another heater for you again. Spudketeers versus Overzealous, and there are some huge stakes for this one, right? We're in winners
Yep.
quarterfinal, and if you win this one, your path to qualifying for liftoff is infinitely easier. But if you lose, now you have to go through the loser's gauntlet, and there are some big names here. You have Suplex, you have Lexar, you got Mudflap. I mean, there are some well-known titans. Patat, oh my
What's
god.
that? Yep.
And with Spec trading Timeless start, only Mudflap taking Timeless, uh, Suplex is gonna try and kill, but Tad's gonna try and gank somebody or the core. It's dangerous stuff, but it's Erasmus goalie in the face of X Estelle, an interesting choice.
3 seconds, and David nearly got like staggered out, and nearly got KO'd. And I was about to say, with this kind of like setup, specialized on night market, I was about to say bodies are gonna hit the floor very fast if they ain't careful. And already goal is open, and they are trying very. There we go. First bodies. They are gonna stack bodies. This team is absolutely gonna stack bodies.
Yeah, Mudflap's so keen with that, and Patat is able to stop. Patat is not able to stop anything, actually, and his Hulk made the situation worse.
Wasn't. I'm just not gonna. I'm not gonna kid anyone. That was a bit of an ignoble start to the proceedings. Night Market Angle decided to make itself known and known well very early. But you know what? We're just gonna nod. We're just gonna say, yeah, okay, sure, and we're gonna move on as we already have a goal open. We got another body getting collected. Suplex take one, but Suplex might be getting taken as well.
Dokeshi able to save that barrier with the Rose Warp, nudging it a little bit as Lexar steps up but gets denied by Mudflap, who has a flip to work with and the power play to boot. Patat to David. We're going to work bot side now. Slime's coming down, buying precious seconds for Suplex back online, and the power play is going to get stuffed for now as Mudflap looks to refresh it, uses the flip to secure the kill on Dokeshi. And David and Mudflap working top side once more. Patat stepping up, covering the midfield line, but Suplex and Lexar, they've been holding it down so well, and the barrier beam goes wide. Tragic for Spudketeers as they're unable to cash in on either power play, but just like that, a win against the Blob, and all of a sudden both barriers down. Great Giga, and the momentum right back to where it was all of this point. Spudketeers on the board.
Yep, we are tied up, and already, like, get that drown in pool playing. Bodies are hitting the floor, both sides. It is already looking scary out there.
Extremely dangerous territory as, oh my god, Dokeshi almost dying once more, just barely able to survive. Really hit the Zanya. Sting! Able to live a little bit there, but that second barrier isn't going to live either as Suplex able to work top side. Bull Rush not connecting as the core goes around the world into the hands of Estelle, trying to use the beam as Mudflap has every single blob. Suplex, where he's going to use it, he uses it top side, catches it with the flip, and there's just absolutely nothing to do in that situation if you're Patat.
Yep, just flipped square in their face, and at that point, point was over. But it is going to be Overzealous that are going to be trying to be very zealous in finishing this off. But yeah, Spudketeers not willing to let that happen so easily. They do get one barrier down. Mudflap with a flip. W with a flip. Juno with a flip. That is to say, Lexar, by the way, if anybody's missing that one. But really, it has been a bit of a battle. It has been a bit of a bloodbath, and I would be surprised if that were to change anytime quickly.
Yeah, Patat has been struggling to hold on to these barriers, and he's been struggling to hold on to his life as well. Suplex confirming with the Bull Rush X Maximus to get the point. And it's surprising because Patats is an extremely good goalie, but Lexar has just been having such a more comfortable time stepping into the play as you would expect with an EB goalie. And with the size being taken from this X and also as a deny from this Rasmus, Suplex is just going to start dominating the offense even more than he already has.
Yeah, no, Suplex got those gloves on, and trust me, they're going to get bloody. But they are going to try and fight back our Spudketeers. Here's the thing, I do like the twin drive on Patat. It's just, you got to really know how to make use of it. Mudflap in particular, I'm kind of, it's getting the 1-2 punch out of that is going to be interesting, I think. David also bulk up, never a bad choice. So they do have some tools to deal with, but Suplex is just going to be mighty scary. That's a mighty big man.
Not just Suplex, but Lexar as well. The Juno got one Dash Awakening, and now he's gonna just fly cross map, and Lexar, already known for being able to hold it down. But when you add that additional blob pressure on the offense, just like that, critical save by Patat with the Whiplash, it's just gonna spell doom for Spudketeers as there goes that first point.
Yeah, that was Juno deciding to do their best Superman impression, and with that eject button backing, that is going to be a very scary. That is a very scary blob lady just coming straight from the heavens. Lexar with one awakening has become a very scary frontline threat. Like boom. They do get the body taken for that though, so not all is lost yet. There are clearly avenues for Spudketeers to play around this, but it's going to be rough road and it's going to cost a lot of health. But if they can do that, then they can keep getting close like that.
Yeah, Dokeshi has been getting caught by Mudflap with his pants down so many times, and that power play just killed them because X just does not have the capability to contain the core. And even though Juno's really strong, in the face of Asher who can just stuff the core, it's just difficult for these two characters to be able to survive the onslaught when you have Kai and Rasmus backing up this Asher. They need all three members, and Dokeshi is probably the cornerstone, really, in order to get the offense going as smoothly as they just did. And a nice confirm from Dokeshi as well with the Crystal Thorns. All three members participating in the offense as they should.
Yeah, that one was actually like very nice, especially with, like you said, Dokeshi with the confirmation on that goal. Suplex making sure Patat just couldn't get in proper position without that threat going on, and Lexar just making sure everything is copacetic, feeding up as well as possible. Both of these barriers are down right now. Overzealous, not playing overzealous, they're just playing well.
Yeah, but Mudflap is going to get a cool redirect off that Spec Training Giga. You want to see something underrated, Spec Training Giga, but what's not underrated is the lethality of Lexar on the Juno with one Dash Awakening, absolutely just able to overwhelm Patats and David, and it's a swift second set for Overzealous.
Yeah, X again, MVP, getting pick of the litter, and yeah, why not just more size, become a Titan, become as gods, and Juno getting prime time, which is going to be very nice as well. A lot of these awakenings going to very hot spots.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does seem that Spudketeers kind of got left with the scraps here. Hot Shot on Kai is like really depressing because you already even have Spec Training on the Giga. That was like the worst character for it to take. Take the CDR, but like, come on, you're not getting the core speed, so what's the point? As we're seeing the effects of a sort of abysmal-ish draft for Spudketeers. Both bears taken in a quick succession. Again, David is just a moment away from getting taken off the board as Lexar steps up, and the Juno Slime checkmates Patat, who simply doesn't have the options to deal with all of this pressure. The Rasmus goal, it might be a bit of a blunder, P-Flare.
No, I can see where that logic is coming from, and at this point, I kind of like just have to agree with how things have been going. Suplex is just a very scary monster, and Lexar with that, like you said, with that one awakening, just can provide that three-person
Oh
front.
my.
That should have been a goal. That should have been basically
Oh
on
yeah.
almost 3 goals. Suplex just was not there in time for it. Just did not hit the button in time, but there was no answer to that one. Mudflap right now, Spudketeer is kind of almost literally getting away with murder. Does manage to take out Suplex for a little bit. They are trying to give it again. Potats, they are Spudketeers are almost being given like lavish gifts in their continued survival here.
Yeah, what a hook from Patat, saving that core flip goal. But this is a really scary spot. Uses the flip at just the perfect time. Dokeshi out of the play, bit staggered here as Patat is they trying to cover all sides of the barrier. Lexar's replacing Dokeshi as the midfield as we get set into overtime. First time in a while, Patat working top side with David, and Lexar can't get that last little bit of the barrier top side, but he's gonna try and get the goal, and he will. This Juno jumping in from the goal arc and applying so much pressure. It's just unfathomable, really.
Like it's a third forward, it's a third front, and
Yeah.
that's always scary.
Try as they might, Spudketeers, they simply just cannot get the ball rolling. Mudflap has had strokes of genius. He's been finding so many kills, so many opportunities, but the ball is always on their side of the field. He can't quite hold on to it with these slimes just getting in the way of everything, with Dokeshi running in middleman, using the flip just like that. David, Patat, they're out of position entirely, forced to because of all of the damage, and this might be wraps for Spudketeers, but a nice clear. David with the breakaway, gets both barriers, signs of life from the depths of despair. Mudflap with the flip if he can just get into position, but it's a monumental task just made easier though. Lexar, his flip gets weighted. Patat had whiplash online, slow playing it, trying to get it to Mudflap, but the power play timer is going to dwindle down. David can't win the strike war, does so, but Suplex back online at the worst moment for Spudketeers. Mudflap with the core, and he gets it with the flip. Spudketeers, they're still in it.
Mudflap, Mudflap doing their absolute best to try and. I'm gonna kind of be real here. This whole team of Spudketeers has been trying to fight their heart out. Mudflap has kind of put things on their back for the time being, though, and with that life constantly going out, I'm wondering if Overzealous has recognized this, because so far this has been a runaway for Overzealous.
Yeah, absolutely, and we're seeing a bit of a change up here. Patat has been playing a lot more forward with David as the goalie, and I think it's working. They're sort of flipping both midfield and goalie, stepping up to the pitch, and a beautiful Giga, just not quite enough. Patat, though, he has the rebound, can't quite hold on to it enough. Suplex, and he used the flip, cash in one barrier. The worst of it is over for Overzealous, but not if David can hold on to the core. A nice strike war win from Suplex. Patat absolutely cooked in that situation, but we'll see if they're cooked for this game, and they are, as Suplex is going to get the rebound, get the strike reset, and that is a swift 3-0 for Overzealous.
Like, Overzealous just honestly took it from set one. X's theme just never stopped playing. And that kind of like tells you, like, X's team just never stopped playing. So Overzealous just actually managed to figure out the winning formula almost from Jump Street, and that was kind of that. Like, the stats are a little bit low, but that's just because that sometimes games happen like that. That's really all it is. And here's the thing. Spudketeers, like you said earlier, not out of it yet. They do have to face a bit of a murderer's row of these like lower bracket teams. So, you know, best of luck to them, but they're not out of it yet. They just need to, I say just, but what they need to do is kind of like just take this and be willing to learn from it and figure out, okay, do we really want to try that Rasmus again? Do we really want to try this and that again? You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the story of this game was the shots on goal. Juno, Lexar, Dokeshi, and the suplex just all had more shots on goal than both forwards of Spud Katiers. And ultimately, that was off the back of Suplex's dominance and the Juno eject button one dash awakening tech.
Yep.
But if Spud Katiers is able to bounce back, like they said, I think their path forward to liftoff is is still looking bright. And what's bright for you viewers watching at home is that there's more Launchpad coming after this short break, so don't go anywhere and we'll be right back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Hello, everybody, and we are back with Launchpad. Moving on to the other side of bracket winner semifinal, where there are super big implications for this round. The winner of this match qualifies, cleared for liftoff, while the other team get knocked down into losers, and they're gonna have to fight the winner of the gauntlets run in losers quarters. And you don't want to do that. You just want to get it
No.
done and over with right here, right now. It's go time.
Yeah, and it is not going to be easy. Taiko Temple, and what we have going on here is the team of E-Boy Entourage, as well as who are we up against?
It's overzealous once more.
Yep,
Yeah,
we saw them
drafts coming
earlier.
through. Saw overzealous earlier. Draft coming through on Taiko Temple. Pretty standard picks. Suplex though is on the Kazan, supplemented by this Aimee. These characters are so obnoxious because what
Yeah.
they do so well. Suplex, I mean, monster of a forward, and the options that Kazan has to force 50s, absolutely brutal. And on the other side, this is a very solid, sort of traditional team comp. Staple goalie, staple brawler, although Juliet on Taiko Temple is a little bit weaker in comparison to some of her other forward competitors.
Yeah, for a bit, I think I agree with you, but if Snowball is feeling like comfortable on the Juliet, then it's not like Juliet cannot get things done, especially if she gets like her good awakenings. I've seen Juliet's be very respectable forces on Taiko Temple before, but it's going to be on them to be able to execute, and we know they can. We saw them just last match being we saw Overzealous in that last match being able to execute. It's going to be, however, on E-Boy Entourage to basically match that.
Yeah, and there's the classic Kazan trick, one of many coming out of suplex there, just throwing off the goalie strike timing by hooking the core back after sending it right at them. It's just brutal to deal with. This Kazan character as the goalie, so many options because of this hook. The stagger swagger spark start means that the Kazan, whose weakness is his squishiness, he'll be able to live a bit longer. And there he goes again, right? Threading the needle as Kazan players do.
Yeah, Kazan is very good at just manipulating the core and making it go wherever the heck he wants to go, and they're going to want to find an answer for that real fast, if only because you don't want this guy to scale. You don't want him to basically get more range and basically get more opportunities to do those kinds of hook plays, because here's the no defense lasts forever. No defense can survive forever, although good defense can last for a pretty long time. But the thing is, you just want to minimize those opportunities you're giving to the opponent. You want to minimize those moments that you are on defense at all. So if E-Boy Entourage can actually do that, then yeah, sure, they're sitting pretty, and like that, if they can get that offense rolling and going, then they're great. But they cannot. That's going to be much easier said than done, and they cannot let up for a second against this hyper-offensive, overzealous team. Fortunately, this is kind of like a nice little first strike back for them.
Yeah, but I do want to point out that Yokeshi forced the flip from Serapi after keeping Snowball at bay. So that's a really big win for them when the point was looking extraordinarily hopeless. Still, though, E-Boy Entourage trying to fight back despite the disadvantage in energy economy. Again, that coordinated offense was really good. IDC winning the mind game there, but unfortunately whiffs the core flick timing. That's absolutely brutal as nobody's even close to a flip. Suplex has his. He's going to work the top side corner with a help of Dokeshi. Nice strike war winning in the midfield by Snowball, keeping this pressure at bay.
Yeah, that's pretty good for them right now. Suplex waiting in the wings, trying to figure out when this is going to be the best time to pop that flip and see if they can get something happen. There it goes. Flip goes out, but fortunately in a good enough spot where neither of them can really do anything. I have to kind of just let that burn out. But it is Suplex and Dokeshi trying to find something to do with this. So good effort, and they do not manage to keep their goalie. They do not manage to keep their goal barriers.
Yeah, Serapi made them pay with the Crystal Thorns, getting that second barrier, and a beautiful shot as well, getting both Dokeshi and the core. Just nothing to do there, just had to be aware that was a possibility and use flip preemptively. But it's so rough to do that when you're holding flip. Like, really, man? Really? You're going to make me use this? And speaking of making people use things, the creations are maxing, forcing off Cosmic Expanse, and Suplex still has the core. IDC strapped for options, first barrier down. Suplex can't cash in on the second one, but I lied because it gets sent off the center drum. Dokeshi takes a crucial flip off the board, and Snowball left to fend for himself all the way up in no man's land. Suplex! He hits him with it again. IDC, he had the read just a little bit too early on it. An unfortunate way to lose, but sometimes that's just how the cookie crumbles. And uh-oh, there's size on the board here for the Kazan, but there's also a hotshot Estelle waiting to pounce.
Yeah, both teams starting off with things that are actually fairly solid for them, fairly good for them. I have to say, right now, Suplex, as ever, is just the big issue. Do not let this guy get on 1v1s, because otherwise it's going to be kind of like a bad day for anyone going up against her who's on the other side of that. On the other hand, do get some, shall I say, interesting sparks. Lexar with 2 sparks right now, and heavy impact on Dokeshi, which is, honestly, I think that's scarier than it may sound at first blush. I've seen heavy impact do some scary work on IMEs, like bad cyber swipe, and that's a KO.
Yeah, absolutely. IME on a great user of heavy impact. So Overzealous, they got out with highway robbery there, but it's actually E-Boy Entourage robbing them of both barriers. IDC sent it right back to Suplex. The Cosmic Expanse just expanded enough to save Disaster. Missed opportunity from Suplex, had all of top side to work with, but they're still holding on. Dokeshi uses the flip, and they're able to recover after it.
So just very nice heads up play, like Dokeshi realizing that the flip just wanted to seal that win. IDC, being on Atlas, is going to be kind of like slow. Has to pick and choose like their positioning, in my opinion, like very carefully, because otherwise you get issues like that where you like get Kazan or you get like flipped out and stuff like that. Like Atlas, great defender, especially when he's tuned up, but Atlas does not walk. Atlas does not run. Atlas walks.
Bro, that's
rough.
IDC whiffed his strike, and he whiffed such a bad strike. It just so happened to be a McDouble, and then a stray glitch pop does him in because he's already super out of position. I mean,
yeah.
Sometimes you just got to take the L and move on, but that's brutal because the offense of E-Boy Entourage, they've been striking and they've been striking quick, whereas for Overzealous, their offense is a little bit more sustained, and part of that's because IDC is just doing such a great job holding it down. Giving away an easy one like that, it's hard to recover from. But E-Boy Entourage looking unfazed, as so far they're doing a great job of controlling this core instead of just using these last spurts in order to get the barriers gone. It's a little bit more coordinated. There's even snare drums trying to fend off some of this pressure, a flip being forced, but they still have the core. Suplex though finally wins the strike war, and IDC just not in the right spot again. Heartbreak, the flip, the cyber swipe, it all comes crumbling down as Overzealous take a nice, swift second set.
And this one, Overzealous, it's hard to say Overzealous is Overzealous, really, because like the last 2 games, they've just been crushing it, and this isn't going to slow them down any. Happy star for IME and Quick Strike as well. Quick Strike for Kazan.
Yeah, but we have some really potent picks coming out from
True.
E-Boy Entourage. 1-2 punch Juliet means that Snowball is just going to have such an easy time confirming kills because Suplex and Dokeshi, they love running corner. That's what their
Yeah.
characters are pretty good at. If they can't find a cheeky top side or front side barrier take, they're really good at controlling this core. But the risk of that running corner offense is you take so much damage being concentrated in such a small spot. And Snowball is going to have an easy time walking up, dash punch, and you're cooked because of the red knuckles. So you have to be really careful. And so far, E-Boy Entourage doing a great job on this offense. Serapi doing God's work in the top side corner. And the Sentry turret is not going to find its mark as IDC keeps this core contained bot side. Suplex winning the strike. We're rotating it back upfield. It's dangerous territory here for E-Boy Entourage, but they're doing an extremely solid job.
Yep, both barriers do get taken on the side of Overzealous. Suplex trying to even that up, but no. Snowball finally. I was going to say that Snowball is probably going to be kind of like passively like hunting at this point, just because of that 1-2 punch. They need some sort of like breakaway moment, and this might be it if they can make something happen and off that. But no, Corgo around the world gets that second barrier. Bit of a disaster there.
IDC just can't catch a break. He's looking extremely shaky right now with letting these freebies slip by. It's the third one this game. And for what he's been doing, holding it in the corner against Suplex, what's ultimately biting him are these absent-minded whiffs. And it's dangerous because Suplex is going to make you pay with the Kazan, with all the mix-ups that you have, the drum and bass coming out from Mako, making him that much more of a threat. And there we go. Hook into strike, beats out Serapi, and the first point goes to Overzealous.
Yeah, that's just been the story of this whole game, is that Suplex looks at IDC and goes, you know, light work, no reaction, and just hooks and just does all these crossovers, and Ult has to come out, saves, that looked like I saved Snowball, so that kind of tells you how scary things are at the moment. They are trying everything they can to get this last goal barrier, but it's just rough road. Overzealous is just doing everything right at the moment. It feels like beautiful dodge on like that attempted dash punch. Just nothing is happening for this E-Boy Entourage team.
Yeah, but as you say that, they do still have an open net to work with. They can just get it cleared and into Snowball. Nice flip from Serapi holding on. Suplex about to cash in, beating the flip instead. Lexar, though, still has a flip. Taking this net is going to be a challenge, especially with Suplex having his. He goes for a crazy backward shot. IDC fends it off just barely, and even though his astral projection hits, it's contained by the Sentry turret, and Suplex hitting him with the classic hook into strike once more. And Suplex gets their second point. It's match point, game point, lift off point for Overzealous.
Yeah, this has just been very dominant. Suplex with the kill, reaching into their bag a little bit, says like, watch me do my best X impression real fast. Topspin gets him a KO. IDC has to burn the flip, try and get it out of there, and they do, and it gets past Lexar. Oh, that's just depressing. That's just...
As many times as that has happened to IDC, you'd think the one time it happens to Lexar it would amount to anything. But no, it doesn't. And now that second barrier falls, top spin, Dokeshi on the rebound. IDC's there for it though, and it's time for him to lock in. His forwards are trying to do their best, getting that ball into the barriers, but Lexar is just so good at defending. Snowball does have the flip, but the beam just not quite long enough. You can't extend that range. The barrier still stands. Sentry turret has been committed. Corner offense, the flip is whiffed. That's devastating news for E-Boy Entourage. That was their get out of jail free card, and now it's going to require a monumental effort to get out of this hole they've dug themselves in, but still fending off every attack is IDC as he passes bot side. Serapi with the core. It's a dash punch attempt, and it's good with the Crystal Thorn. Serapi with the core passes up. Snowball with the Flame Flurry, but it's not quite enough. Astral Projection, though, resetting the offense. Passing play and the beam. Not good either. Serapi has the flip. Suplex has the core. Cosmic Expanse burned early. He has his flip, though. Glitch Pop covering bot side, and the flip's just in time. We're rotating top, but Snowball can't get there either. Every single thing being thrown out here. Desperation for E-Boy Entourage. IDC misses the corner clear. He missed the corner clear, and Suplex gets it off of the missed clear. Suplex seals the deal, and Overzealous is going on to lift off.
Overzealous with a 3-and-out victory. Just Suplex, amazing forward play. Just the cross-ups, the placement, the capitalization, the realization in this mind to be able to spot all these issues and mistakes that IDC and that the rest of the team made, and just do their absolute best to like immediately capitalize that was just fantastic game sense, and highly rewarded for it. Dokeshi as well, with constant like interrupts, constant redirects. You can see Teletape says it right there. Was always in good position, throwing out as much as they could just to make sure that everything was always in their corner, was always being done according to their design. And of course, Lexar with all the saves, just so hard to get anything past him.
Yeah, an incredible display by Overzealous. Their dominance within these last two games is nothing to scoff at, and they are cleared for liftoff. E-Boy Entourage, though, not out of it yet. They still have one more chance to clear for liftoff, but it's do or die as they await the gauntlet that is happening in losers' side. But that's a wrap for this game. When we come back, most likely new faces and more Launchpad for the viewers. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone. We are here on the back stretch of Launchpad 3, the final chance to get through to liftoff and on to the higher leagues. We have Weasel Furts versus Line Eat Bears. Both of these teams have been trying to thug it out, try to get through Launchpad, but have not had that luck so far. But finally, they're going to get that opportunity here in the winners qualifier here, the final winners qualifier of season 7. So if you're out here, you're going to have to figure it out down in losers, and that is not a spot that anyone wants to be in here. So we're getting in. We're going to be seeing Bertram in the net. Flowers going to be newly taking up the midfield in over Killiest. We're going to have Lola Mao, a.k.a. Natty Fangirl, here as a brawler. Both teams are getting in it. We're seeing some Kai action here on Night Market. I think that's rather strange, actually, if you might want to comment on that, Big Tilt.
Yeah, on this start, which was a Knife's Edge Deadeye, didn't really see any reason to pick Kai, but it's probably just a comfort pick for Bertram. But I do want to point out as well, it's for the roster for Weast Little Fur. It's actually 3 deaths on the brawler position and Overgrown Melon on the midfield.
Yeah, which is a big departure from what we know about Furret, right? Normally, we think of that team as Overgrown Lemon taking that star brawling position. This time, though, 3 deaths, a very old name. Those who have been around for a while going to be taking in that spot. We'll see what. We'll start going through it as we are getting in the game proper here already. Actually, though, with this Deadeye start, we are seeing a lot of damage. And Flowers, an incredibly strong player on this type of start, right? Getting all those KOs, causing just general chaos, getting the hits done there against Ripstick. So I think that's going to be the player to watch in this game. Of course, Overgrown Lemon is the star player themselves. It's going to be trying to combat that here in the midfield, but it's definitely going to be a little bit of an uphill battle unless we see some interesting awakenings come out in draft.
Yeah, Overgrown Lemon 5-9 for their brawler shenanigans, their antics, and let's see how comfortable they are on the Imi pick, but both bears are down, and roll them out. Natty Fangirl gets it done with the pendulum swing, stealing out that first point.
First point of many, a very long, very damage-heavy point to immediately start out the game. Of course, I guess that's it's what you expect here on Deadeye starts, but we'll see if that does continue. Normally, when you think of a lot of Ks, you think of rather quick points, so we'll see if that pace continues or eventually lets up. As of right now, though, a defensive flip from Flower is going to be taken out by Overgrown Lemon, but still, Lolamau able to get the core through. Fortunately, though, the goalie and Bertram's going to be knocked out here. 3 deaths now using the slash to move the core forward, able to get a gold barrier for his troubles as well. Triangle starting to form on the sides of Weasel Furts, and there it is. A nice eye rush right through Lolamau, aka Natty Fangirl, is going to be ending out that point. We're on an even game.
Yeah. 3 Dots is on the Knife's Edge, the solo player that picked that Awakening, and Knife's Edge is, I would say, is a pretty weak Awakening right now. It doesn't really lend to any strengths for Zantaro, but you can't really pick Deadeye here if you're playing Zantaro as well. You can kind of get away with Knife's Edge, but if you look for like some cheeky primary flip kills, but that's not what your goal is, but I mean, the flip kill coming up with that's basically signifies that, oh, the Knife's Edge did actually put what the extra power maybe allowed them to get that core flip kill, and that led them to Overgrown Lemon just putting the ball in for Weasel Furts.
Yeah, beautiful work. A second flip just for good measure by Overgrown Lemon 5. Able to get that point and put them on set point here. That being said, we immediately see that punishment and something to be looking out for, right? The energy resource management of both the forwards. Flowers, again, a very damage-heavy player, loves to find those KOs, loves to create the man advantage for her team compositions. And when you don't have stagger, that Luna Nuke is going to come through, is going to be put right in the middle of your house, right in the middle of Thanksgiving. It's just going to hit you hard if you don't have that evade. So something to look out for here, especially, again, there it is, right? Evade comes out from 3 deaths, just barely living by the skin of his teeth, and now going to have an opportunity to end the set. Now cleared downward through Bertram. Natty Fangirl now coming up, tries to hook the goalie, not able to do so. Overgrown Lemon 5 not able to intercept the passes here, which means that it is going to get a little bit of finicky, a little finicky for Ripstick here. is able to do the corner clear. However, into 3Death's hands, the strike ward is going to be won. Now Bertram forced to be on the defense here. A beautifully placed slime right there to end out the set. Ripstick credited with that goal, and we're going to be going into it a well-earned MVP off of a nice little play at the end of the set.
Yeah, ooh, 1-2 hot shot. Looking pretty good with the Juno pick here, as well as 2 dash trainings for Zentaro, so the Awakening pool for Weasel First is looking really strong here.
There it is, the explosive entrance. Going to be denied away from Zentaro, but the aerials is still an option. We're going to see if the Zentaro picks it up. No, opts for the twin drive is sort of a 1-2. Good for Zentaro, denies the Luna as well. With this Timeless Creator also going to be picked up by the Aimi. I'm a little curious to see how Overgrown Lemon further builds the character, right? Extra special in the pool to do that. But not to mention, right, it is a Deadeye start after all. Aimi has those options. So I think that'll be an interesting way to see how the build goes, is immediately at a bit of a crazy angle off the red core on the Luna nuke.
I will say Lipstick is looking really comfortable on this Juno pick. You know, I mostly know them for their melee goalie picks, Dubu, Asher, all the sorts, but this Juno is really proving them well, because you can't really play melee goalies with like Deadeye start. You could kind of get away with it with Knife's Edge, but Juno here, it's like, it lends them like to the damage deployment kinda, and also like, people don't really play against Juno dually anymore, so it's up to Natty Fangirl to make the adjustments to score for the team.
Scoring opportunity is going to present itself. Flowers, great strike wars, but it's actually going to be 3 deaths. The brawler in the net able to rotate and make the save. Pull comes through from Natty Fangirl, but unfortunately not going to be enough. Bertram a little bit out of position, is going to be losing his goalie barriers, but the clear does come through. KO found by Flowers, beautiful off the boost rocket combo. Now entering overtime, Overgrown Lemon 5, potentially a breakaway. No, not going to get the opportunity. Ripstick, an amazing save, but not going to be enough. Going to bounce off that terrain in Night Market, going to be sent right into the bottom side. Lalamau a goal here, capitalizing off that man advantage.
You know, 2 flips are coming up for Flowers and Bertram. Probably going to secure these barriers with those flips, just keep the momentum going. But the barrier falls for Lindsay's barriers, but there's this 1-2, this hotshot Juno is really lending them to the core speed and just allowing the Juno to just clear the ball away, so 3 doesn't get as many opportunities as possible to play. But Zentaro against Kai's, I would say Kai basically just nullifies anything that Zentaro would do. I mean, Barrage just stuffs it out of the Oni's blade, and then if you just play solid enough, you just won't get scored on. And Rip's just looking low, bit of damage piled up on it, and then Natty Fangirl just steals the ball with the speed with the secondary, and now it's 2-0 for Lion Seeds Bears.
Yeah, a bit of a comeback here in this situation, no doubt, I think, off the back of some of that damage that both forwards have been able to do. Bertram almost sniped out at the beginning of the play, a little too close to the sun, but actually the temperature might just be right. Pull comes through for Natty Fangirl, is able to get that bottom side barrier 3 deaths, so looking to maybe find something back, not going to be able to do so. Eye Rush comes through, assisted by that Juno Slime, gets one. Ripstick now clearing downwards, but Lalamau actually not able to get the core in time. Bertram going to be very low with his flip, might have to blow it defensively soon. No, Overgrown Lemon 5 actually finds the KO onto the Brawler. Aimi turret now going to be down. Bertram on a breakaway, but he is so low. Gets hit by the turret. Unfortunately, it just decides to give up the point, not sacrifice the flip. A good decision, I think, from Bertram, because you only got to win one more point anyways, but a bit of an unfortunate. You had to run head first there into the Aimi turret.
He tried to wiggle around it, but unfortunately his Waz movement wasn't good enough. But the core speed from this Juno is really keeping the core up. They're playing the defense well. Dude, that's just pretty low. They're trying to find a kill here, but he's just allowed to get away. But the final barrier falls for Lion Seeds Bears. Get the confirm. Natty Fangirl looking really dangerous on this Erasmus pick. But the combo, they're trying to damage down Bertram. It's kind of working. They force the flip. But the Night Market angle does not lend them to success. Lipstick has to pop the flip here, but Bertram has no... He's low. Might find a kill, but the flip comes out, but Natty Fangirl does not find the goal. But the hook and the strike away will allow them to seal out that set. It was a bit scary there for Lion Seeds Bears, but they get it done.
Yeah, that entire point felt like it was really played on a razor's edge. It felt like either team, one thing goes wrong, the momentum would carry the core into the net, but it goes the way of Lion Seeds Bears, and we've got a draft here. Looking at a lot of damage already. We see Flowers hovering that missile propulsion.
Yeah, Big Fish will fall to the Rasmus. They get the size. And now, you're just looking here, just trying to get some survivability. But the missile prop for the Juno, interesting. I mean, maybe they didn't want Glass Cannon. They want speed. They have Mom Boots. But I think they just want to put the Slimes in and help out their teammates a bit more.
Yeah, that makes a bit of sense. Gonna be able to let this Juno play a little bit offensively, which can spell disaster, right? Bertram not infallible in this game so far already. That pressure from Overgrown Lemon 5 and 3 deaths has been a lot to deal with. On top of that, now you're gonna have a Juno Slime in front of your face every time Ripstick has a primary. Already, though, the core speed is kind of getting a little uncontrollable this game, it feels like. So much damage, so much power flying through, but it is gonna be advantage now for Natty Fangirl, is going to be able to put it through despite the cyber swipe of Overgrown Lemon. That's quick point. Very, very quick point, I think, relatively, for the side of Lions Eat Bears.
Natty Fangirl did a really good job keeping possession on that final point. Most brawlers probably would just struck like in a flowchart way, just to maybe try to score really quickly, but Natty Fangirl is showing the prowess as a brawler. They keep possession, they get the both barriers, and now it's looking really good for Lions Eat Bears. They have the flip, Flowers puts the nuke down, and they're putting a lot of pressure on the forward duo of Weezer Furts, and probably get it done at this point.
Flowers now going to be potentially KO'd. The turret's going to come down. Flip now defensively used from Bertram. Is able to get it out, but it's sent right back by the primary of Juno. Flowers an opportunity. The boost does it. Ripstick fortunately fails the age check. Is going to be caught out by that Luna dash. 2-0 for Lions Eat Bears. And even though it was a little bit finicky in the first set, they've been able to claw it back, and they've been looking a lot better right now coming into these two sets.
Maybe they're exploiting the midfield pick here for Overgrown Lemon. Not too familiar as his position because he is a brawler. Maybe that's looking pretty low with the flip. Cashes out, but does not get any value. And they look a bit scary. One kill confirm could lead to their demise, but all three forwards on the side of Lions Eat Bears are pushing up. They're sensing that they need to seal the setup, but they're playing a bit too fast, and now Overgrown Lemon has a turret down with the flip. Will kill Flowers, double kill on the side of Weasel Ferrets, keeping the possession here. But Bertram has all the speed, holding it down.
God, he's actually doing it, yeah.
The power play is basically nullified now, and all they need to do is get one more pass, but they don't connect on the goal.
Yeah, Bertram a 1v3 hold here now against 3 deaths in Overgrown Lemon 5, the whole entirety of Overgrown Fruit. But no! Oh, that's not how you want to see that end. That a little strong. I feel like we're getting a little bit of deja vu too, right? Yeah, up 2-0, but instead of preserving the flip, I think Bertram, a little bit excited off of that play, decides to use it, and now it might bite him in the butt. It's going to be a very vulnerable Kai here in the net against so much damage. Instead, it's going to be actually going onto Flowers, who's going to find themselves low. But on the flip side, it feels like 3 deaths just shot off screen right now. Ripstick, a misstrike means he's going to lose that final goalie barrier. So Overgrown Lemon 5 does have possession here, but it is immediately going to get past the Flowers. Corner offense is starting to form. The triangle's going to be there, but 3 deaths is going to be back up. Natty Fangirl looking to win that strike for it, but it's going to be the pendulum swing to smash it in. Flowers there to cover the cross clear. Felt like a checkmate situation for Ripstick.
Yeah, no evade there, so no evade clear. And Bertram gets the MVP. And now we're looking at a bit of an interesting draft. Kai will... Oh, they're going to probably deny the extra special from the IME. You don't want that. Yeah. But a lot of damage is on the board. Heavy impact, Adrenaline Rush, Spike of Strength. So you could go either way here.
Yeah, I'm scared about this Adrenaline Rush flying down to Flowers. We haven't seen it totally take over the game, but the potential has been there, and it is going to be denied away by 3 deaths, who can use it quite well himself, but that means it's just going to be bits and pieces. 3 sparks on the board, unfortunately, which means that the bottom 2 players of this draft are kind of eating off scraps here.
I mean, yeah, did you know it's still with Castellas? Oh my gosh, the cat is dead. They shot the cat dead in Chirac. The power play. Oh my god, the Luna just gets taken out back. Shot on site, and now it's a 2v2 here, but 3v2 now with Overgrown Lemon. Trying to connect with the cyber swipe, but no dice in that attempt.
Welcome to the wilds. All types of animals being hunted in this foray. As now 3 deaths. Not able to get core possession, but the turret's going to come through. That is a timeless turret, since it is going to get a little scary potentially, but the clear actually going to be found by the Luna nuke of all things. Up to 3 deaths now is Ripstick's pass. Bertram now on corner defense, has the strike, has the space to work with though. Oh, excellent strike, but it's just not going to be enough. Ripsticks on the Juno confirms. Is going to be able to find it. Another KO going to be found by Overgrown Lemon 5. The Irish comes through. The dribble's going to be there. The flip on the line of the goalie net. It's not going to be enough. Bounce comes through, buys a little bit of time. Lull him out, and Eddie Fangirl is going to be back up again as we enter overtime.
Oh my gosh!
No! Little bit of a scary moment there, but Bertram is able to clear it out. Ripstick. That's the core go through up to Overgrown Lemon 5. The friends are here. The Juno Slimes are there, and it is able to get past the two forwards of Lions Eat Bears. 3 Deaths with possession. Tries to get it through. The strike's not going to be enough from Overgrown Lemon 5 to put it into the net. But they're not out of the woods yet. The boost comes through from Flowers. Ripstick passes to his midfielder, not able to find a way through the wall that is now starting to form. The triangles are fully here. Flowers with a flip. Not going to use it there. Playing with fire here. 3 Deaths, unfortunately, is going to whiff. The bullets here. All flips are coming out. Now the nerves are finally starting to set in. It feels like in the qualifiers. Ripstick going to come through. The boost from Flowers not going to be enough. The pendulum swing doesn't give the core speed that it wants, and it's going to be 3 Deaths. Another opportunity, maybe. Oni's Blade is going to come through. The turret is actually going to take out Natty Fangirl on the flip side. Not paying attention to what's going to happen here. iRush going to come through, almost sends Flowers in the net, but the midfielder is still going to be alive. The boost is there. And no, the Juno blob is going to be the thing to send it in of all things. Flowers falsely accredited by the game, but that is just not what you want to see in your liftoff qualifiers here. It might just be open season now for Weasel LaFertz.
Oh, but the flip comes out for Overgrown Lemon 5. Tries to secure the double barrier, but unfortunately misses. But the hook, the death touch from Natty Fangirl does not secure any of the barriers. Corner offense here coming out for the sidelines. These barriers. Pendulum swing does connect with the barrier. Butchum there with the flip. Waits and then pushes it in with the barrage, and Natty Fangirl will secure the point with the strike.
Yeah, well played, Bertram. Good use there as well. Recognizes that if he sends the flip topside, 50-50 chance is just going to be caught by the turret anyways. So might as well keep it down in that small gap left by Overgrown Lemon's firewall sentry. Now we are on qualification point. Flowers is able to find a crucial KO onto the brawlers of Weasel LaFertz here. Overgrown Lemon, no evade, low on stagger, but finds a cyber swipe KO out of nowhere, it feels like. Bertram, though, now playing corner offense in lieu of his brawler. Unfortunately, that means Ripstick is going to be able to use that Juno Slime to snipe away one barrier. Oni's Blade comes through. 3 Deaths going to get barraged away. Another cyber swipe looks so dangerous right now, but isn't able to find the KO. Juno Slime not able to get the clear out. Flowers going to now open up the net for both teams. 3 Deaths! A beautiful flurry of abilities there. I mean, what can you do in that 1v1 situation? 3 Deaths executed that perfectly. And that is a point to keep Weasel LaFertz in this game, but they are not out of the woods just quite yet.
Yeah, 3 Deaths put the blender on, and the cat is dead again, ×2. Gets shot instantly by the missile and the boost, and now power play here for Lions Eat Bears. All around, Natty Fangirl trying to catch the cross clear with the pendulum swing, not enough size. But the Giga Blast, which has so much power, so much core speed, will allow the ball to go back in the hands of his teammates. But Beta does have the flip here, trying to make something happen. No dice on that attempt, but with resetting back to neutral, giving it back, good passing plays. Cloverclip still has it, rips it, but the barrage does save the ball. But the pass from Ripstick to Overgrown Lemon, trusting his teammate, will secure that final barrier. And now 3 Deaths has an opportunity to secure this point. But all these Juno Slimes are putting so much pressure, so much damage. Roll him out, Natty Fangirl really low. But the glitch swap! Butcher caught lacking on site, and now it's 2-2.
All right, qualifications now on the line. This is again qualification point for Lions Eat Bears, but it can slip out of their hands if they are caught sleeping for just a second. Overgrown Lemon 5 now going to send it through. Flowers is going to trade barriers, but unfortunately it's going to go down just off the core speed alone. The nuke's going to be there into Ripstick, but he's got the goalie protection in order to stay alive. Bertram has the flip. iRush unfortunately going to go wide. So Overgrown Lemon now has to face against the flip of Natty Fangirl, but the pendulum swing is going to connect with it. The hit stun is there as well. The KO is going to be found, and there it is. Natty Fangirl immediately going to dip off of his qualification point. But that's going to be Lions Eat Bears cleared for liftoff. They're going to be joining their peers here, coming out a winner's side of Launchpad 3.
Good stuff to both teams. And even if Overgrown Lemon 5 was off-roll, they did a great job putting up a fight for their team. And everyone had their shines a moment, Bertram holding it down on the goalie matchup against Zantara. And 3DS did also put Bertram in the blender multiple times. So it was a good match to see, good qualification match. And now we have two teams that have qualified on the winner's side, Overzealous and 90 Bears. But now we're going to go to the depths of the loser's side, seeing who will qualify on those last two spots for liftoff.
Yeah, absolutely. We're now we see all the cornered animals really coming out, all on their last chance. The only opportunity after this to play in the NAS will be through the Consolation NAST Last Chance qualifier. So if you are NASA hopeful, if you are NASL hopeful, this will be the last two spots to get into those leagues. So that's a lot of pressure for these teams. A lot of these teams, I think, are NASA hopeful. A lot of them are going to be NAST veterans themselves. So if they want that opportunity to get through on this one, they're going to have to pull it together. But two spots are still two tickets to lift off. We'll see what happens, but I believe we'll be going over to a quick break in a second. We'll let the bracket catch up just a little bit, and we'll be right back in just a bit. Hello, everybody. We're going to be here. The final 2 tickets for liftoff now up for grabs. We've got 4 teams, well, 5 teams left in the bracket. 3 after this game, I suppose. Weasel Bees and the Handless Dogs are now in their do or die situation. Handless Dogs, a bit of a story, I think, this Launchpad so far. As a former nasty competitor, I think a lot of people had these guys as sort of shoo-ins to make it through the launch pads here, if not earlier in qualifications. And now here they are. Here they are in one of the final losers qualifier. Twisty's going to be in for, I believe, Lou Foxdio, Nikki Minolin now moving back into the midfield. But on the flip side, we have seen Weasel Furts earlier today, 3 deaths, and Overgrown Lemon 5, and Ripstick, all of them had really, really, really strong performances against Line Eat Bears. So we'll see. I feel like this is a very evenly matched game, and I think a single strong individual performance can really, really swing the scales in either direction.
Lemon back on the brawler position now. I can actually say the squeezer is back in full force, and he's actually taking siphoning one now into a stagger swagger sword. So I'm not too sure about that, but I trust him. I trust his prowess. And I think this is full strength Weasel Furts, and they have a lot of stuff going on for them. And I think they'll do much well. And the snipe from Ingle Senpai stealing it away from the Oni's blade will secure that first point.
Yeah, beautiful fadeaway shot from Ingle Senpai there. This is kind of the Furret that we have come to know and love throughout the North American Strikers Training Grounds season. And this is their full roster. No longer is there sort of a substitute. We're going to see Overgrown Lemon now back in that star kind of position. This is a team that, again, plays very heavily into their brawler, and usually Ripstick is going to be there to play spoiler to whatever offense the enemy team has to play. But Angle Senpai really trying to just find those opportunities, as many as possible, for Overgrown Lemon 5. Now we're going to have an open net. Angle Senpai going to be taken low, but is able to take that final goalie barrier. Ripstick, good patience in order to prevent Twisty from getting away with it. Pass back, actually not going to be intercepted by Nikki Minolin. Now a flip comes through, but Ripstick, a good read on where the core's going to go. Now Overgrown Lemon 5, an opportunity. A little bit wide there, but is able to find that shot off the rebound against Nikki Minolin. Sends that primary right through into the goal net, and a 2-0 lead a minute into the game, it feels like, for Overgrown Lemon.
The Cone Lord coming out for that primary. That did not look like it was going to go that way. But Tower shenanigans do allow Overgrown Lemon to shine and score the ball. And now, I'm not seeing any like value coming in for the siphoning one as of now. They're just playing regular brawler shenanigans. But I think as the sets like come on, double max holes will be a bit hard to put on some damage, but as long as Overgrown Lemon just does the thing that they're known for, is doing brawler shenanigans and doing their job, everything will work out fine for Weasel Furts.
Yeah, oh, look at that, Ripstick now. Starting with the Asher mechanics in a little bit. It's going to be a bit of a tricky issue for Twisty. Not going to have all the space in the world until the goalie barriers go down, but in the meantime, those corner offenses are going to be very tough for Nikki Minolin and Twisty. Firewall Sentry is going to come through. A KO, huge KO, going to now be found by the Handless Dogs. They're going to take away the flip from Angle Senpai, but Ripstick now playing good evasion. No, the strike doesn't come through. The barrier beam doesn't catch the core in that situation. Twisty able to strike right through Ripstick, and that is Handless Dogs' first point on the board.
Yeah, Ripstick kind of losing their mind on the defense. All they need to do is just hold their strike and whatever. just trust their mechanics. And now Twisty going on the offense,
no.
the double barrier, and now they have a flip here, probably secure the goal. Like kind of pushes them in front. That pass, oh, does not pass to the midfielder. Had an open pass there, but Lemon now has possession. Now it takes the first barrier, and now this is what the side of Weasley first want. They have possession. They have all the momentum now. The one boy, but the evade coming up from Ripstick, unfortunately lets the ball slip in, and Weston is accredited with the goal.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Feels like Lipstick is kind of fumbling a little bit right now, to be entirely honest, but that happens. The pressure is mounting up again. These are two veteran rosters at this point who are in their qualification point. Nerves is, I feel like, the difference between the team that quals and the team that doesn't, and neither team, I feel like, on paper is going to be prone for panic, but any one individual player, any one slip up could mean curtains for the entire roster. One barrier now going to go down to the side of Weasel. Furrets. Barrage comes through from Angle Senpai, but Twisty with a good pull actually protects the barrier. Ripstick now sending it forward. Going to be confirmed here by Overgrown Lemon 5, who has the patience to get a lot of those cooldowns out. Enables Angle Senpai to get the second barrier here. The Irish is there. The Strike War perfectly placed to take the set. And the Handless Dogs put up a good fight. They scrapped it out. But it is going to be the Furrets, the caged animal, that now is going to be fighting in that corner.
Angle Senpai is credited with the MVP position, and now they have a pick of the litter here. I'm not sure. Primetime probably denied from the Kazan. Yeah, you don't want the Kazan to get that, but they do get left with the size, which is pretty good. 1-2 will fall to Zentaro, and I would like the Alice to pick quick tricks here, just help on the defense a bit, but they do manage with the spark, and now Asher will have quick strikes and allow them to make less mistakes and just use their strike a bit more and help them on the defense.
Yeah, and not to mention, right, we saw Twisty and Nikki Middleton, they were struggling a little bit, especially in those earlier points, to find those barriers against Ripstick, and now it's going to be even harder in those claustrophobic situations. One defense already going to come through. Could actually do find a barrier, though, in that situation, but should Ripstick play correctly, should Ripstick play Asher to her fullest power, I think it's going to be incredibly hard for Twisty and Nikki Middleton, but as I say that, of course, they find a 20-second goal here onto the goalie of Wee's Little Furrets. That's going to be a nice advantage to have coming into this, especially with how close the previous set was.
Yeah. The scaling opportunity for this entire here is, it's going to be massive. They have 1-2, they have Siphoning Wand, they have a lot of damage on the board now. They still have a Dash Awakening still in the pool that can be picked from. And Overgrown Lemon is already putting a lot of work here.
Oh my gosh.
Kazan shenanigans. Ripstick got lacking on the wheel, and now it's too low for the Handless Dogs, making a quick reversal now. And they're probably going to keep this momentum here. Twisty, Nick and Millen both have flips now. And they're probably going to confirm it into a goal, taking these two barriers with the core flips and lead them to a 1-1 set evening.
Could be very useful for Handless Dog to be recovering and licking their wounds after that flip comes out from Ripstick. The Patience, though, not able to pay off fully just quite yet. As right now, flip does come through from Twisty. The strike's not going to be there. 30 seconds away from overtime before the core goes flying for these melee goalies here. Now Handless Dog is going to be losing their goalie barriers here. Angle Senpai now has to evade to just stay alive in this situation. Twisty able to run away, lick their wounds as well, but unfortunately going to be sent off the map. Now it's going to be up to Nikki Middleton to play spoiler a little bit here. Does buy a little bit of time, a good clear downwards in order to prevent Overgrown Lemon from getting this potentially very lethal flip. Power play is going to be fully stalled out. Overgrown Lemon now finally able to get the core, but it's just a little bit too late. The flip comes through, and oh my god! Overgrown Lemon 5. That is the type of plays we've seen all throughout the previous season in the North American Strikers Training Ground, and there it is showing up in this loser side qualifier. We're gonna need a little bit, though. A little bit more Overgrown Lemon magic in order to actually secure it, but as of right now, it's looking really good, and immediately double barrier is going to fall for the side of Handless Dogs. It's going to be Ripstick to get this defense going.
He's doing the squeezer shenanigans, and the crazy angle on the Demon Diaz sound wave will allow the core flip to go, and now it's 2-2 on the side of both teams, and now all the momentum on the side of Weasley Furrets. They're putting the pedal to the metal now. And with the passive, with the Zentaro here, they're probably going to make some interesting plays. Maybe look for the kill. Oh my gosh, the cat almost got shot on site. But the first barrier falls for the side of Weasler first. Good strike forward from Angle Senpai, leaving them to get possession out of the barriers. The Twisty looking really dangerous with the open primary, gets the second barrier, and now a lot of failings happening. Angle Senpai pretty low, has to burn the evade, and now all the damage is piling up, but the primary coming in and saving it from the other side of the team, and now Twisty looking for the open primary, and we're back to neutral here like that.
Yeah, one barrier just hanging on for Weston and crew right now. Overgrown Lemon 5, possession of the core, but it's just for a fleeting moment. The path splitter going to come through, but the turret there to counteract. Creation against their creation. An amazing strike shot from Weston puts it in a perfect position for Twisty to send it in. And I'm getting a little bit of deja vu just with the teams flipped. Felt like a reverse comeback is going to be stopped. Twisty, though, going to get the MVP this time around and is going to be rewarded, I think, with that big fish.
Yeah, I think they're ready here for the Kazan. They get the size, and they have double size Kazan. It's leading them to put more trouble in the field. And now they have to worry about those bigger hitboxes. Weasel Freds get the hot shot in the peak performance. A lot of good picks here, and Zentaro is probably left with the glass cannon unless they want to pick like Unstop. Ooh, yeah. They do pick for the Unstop there. Maybe they're concerned of being damaged a bit more. But I would say in this scenario, I would say Hannah Sog's won this draft here.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That double-sized Kazan already has been problematic for Ripstick on the defense. It's just going to be even worse. The hot shot, though, not to be underestimated. Asher with cooldowns is scary. Doesn't have the prime time to follow it up to be truly unstoppable, but we have seen it across all levels of play. Right now, Twisty, the pull is there, the yoink to get that final barrier. Angle Senpai trying to match it, though, is able to get it with the help of Overgrown Lemon 5, but Twisty is able to get the clear. Good striking coming through. Nicky Mintle and the glitch pop not going to actually be the perfect spot to hit stun the goalie, but right now, the corner offense from the Handless Dogs is looking a killer. Oni's blade comes through from Overgrown Lemon 5. It just needs to get to him one more time, potentially, for the goal to be scored. Ripstick barely gets it through the skin of their teeth. Angle Senpai now able to find the clear up top side. But Twisty and Nicky Mintle in a perfect spot to continue the offense. Flip here for both forwards of Furret looking to score the first point of this set as we enter overtime. The flip not in a great position. Going to be taken away from by Nicky Mintle. Clear up top side again comes through, but good patience. The midfielder, Weston sends it topside, but it's going to bounce off the net a little bit awkwardly, but the clear is going to be made nonetheless. Nicky Mintle, useful positioning here from the midfielder of the Handless Dogs. Twisty able to send it forward, but it's going to go into the hands of Angle Senpai. Stopped, though, by the Firewall Sentry. This hot shot is going to be coming through. Strike forward now. Oni's blade comes through. The core is going back and forth so many times in this overtime here. Going to be Twisty now, an opportunity, sends it through, no, but a KO is going to be found here onto the midfielder. The iRush just interrupts it for a second, but it's not going to be enough. Nicky Mintle sends it into the bottom side of the net, and Ripstick is not going to be able to recover in time, just a little bit too slow. The Handless Dogs now going to be looking to pull ahead.
I mean, Missile Prop Atlas is proving to be a thorn in the side for Logan 115. And all they need to I mean, Atlas, they have Missile Prop. Both wheels get taken down for Handless Dogs. And I really like the matchup here for Atlas in terms of playing against Zentaro. It's like, you literally press one ability, you nullify the whole entire kit of Zentaro. And Twisty with a double side looking to confirm this goal, but the ball slips out for the sound wave, and now it's looking dire for Handless Dogs here.
Flip comes through, Overgrown Lemon 5, almost sent off the map, but is able to find the two barriers. Now in a 1v1 situation, and elects to actually take the orb instead, and instead it's going to be Angle Senpai able to fling that strike war, midfielder against midfielder, mano a mano. Just sends it to the bottom side of the net. We've got a dead even game here in loser qualifiers.
Yeah, I'm looking at that flip for Overgrown Lemon 5 here. Probably make some magic. The Juicer, the Squeezer looking to find this kill, but they don't attempt it. Just picking their spots here, not playing a bit. They're not they're picking their spots well. They look all a lot of damage with that expanse, the healing field from the Atlas when they gave most of the damage from the Ciphering on. Thanks by pushing in with the flip. Good strike with the Kazan, lending them to help on the defense. Another 1v1 scenario here. Expanse comes out from the Atlas, keeping it contained. And now the evade is burned. Trucker win from Overgrown 5 will secure the last barrier. And now it's looking dire for Handless Dogs here. They had all the momentum before, but Oni Blade comes out and was giving the ball back to Overgrown 5, multiple chances, but no dice.
We see the quick strikes Asher coming into play here. Saw that on the corner offense. Going to be very, very useful in these claustrophobic situations. Oh, but the flip's going to be gone. It's going to make it just a little bit harder for Ripstick to clear the core. Nicky Minolin able to keep the corner offense going. One barrier finally going to go down as we enter overtime. An amazing strike shot from Weston is able to get that corner offense going again, but it is going to go to his side of the net. Angle Senpai, an opportunity. The barrage going to be blocked away by Twisty. It's going to be up to Ripstick to hold in this situation. The glitch pop's going to be there. Twisty is able to find it. The Oni's blade's going to come through. Overgrown Lemon 5 needs to make a play happen now in order to secure it, but the flip is not going to be it. Twisty able to defend away in that situation. It's going to be all too easy for the Kazan. But Overgrown Lemon 5 tries to find the opportunity, not able to reach the core in time, and it's just checkmate for Ripstick. The second point, a crucial point in a crucial set, goes the way of the Handless Dogs, and they have, it's now it's going to be their game to lose coming up here in just a second.
Yeah, they press the point with the double size, so them to cover the out clear. And now it's looking really good for Handless Dogs. They have all the momentum, and I mean, this Kazan is the highlight for this team. Twisty, really good, solid player, and now they're just exploiting how Ripstick is pretty unfamiliar in this Kazan matchup. You really have to pick your spots with the strike, and I mean, you think you win one interaction, but then the Kazan hooks it like that, and now you have to play into their space again. And it's really difficult for the goalie just to, I have to track 4 different cooldowns on defense. This is impossible.
Yeah, that mental stack is going to be ramping up, not to mention, again, we are in Nerves Central right now. You are in the losers qualifiers. All your NASA hopes are going to be on the line for these former nasty teams. It's going to come down to this flip from Nicky Minolin right into Twisty. That's going to be the top spin to send it in. A crucial set secured for the Handless Dog, and this animal is going to be the one pulling ahead in the hunt. Nicky Minolin going to be accredited here with your MVP.
Looking at the Super Surge, the extra special, a lot of good awakenings for both sides. Let's see what the Army will take here. The extra special keeping with the turret, just to keep core control, they have all the damage, and the deny size. But Kazan just gets another one. Triple size Kazan, what we do? Oh my. And then the Super Surge deny from Overgrown. It's looking really rough here. Atlas did have a spark, but they decided, okay, I'm on Centauro deny duty here. Heavy impact Super Surge.
Yeah, and if you are a nasty veteran team, you know how the other team works. You both played in a league together, and you know that Overgrown Lemon 5 is the carry potential. The way that this team plays is to enable those types of magical plays that Overgrown Lemon 5 has been known for in Nasty. So just making sure that Centauro never gets that opportunity to really fully scale is going to be a way to make your job easier as goalie, even though you yourself did not personally benefit from it.
I would like to see how it would have been if Overgrown 5 just had those awakenings, because if they did, I think this game would look very different. Because heavy impact, Super Surge, like that would allow Overgrown 5 to basically take over this game. And now it's looking really dire here. Open barrier for Weasel first. Nicky Minolin, which is low-key the sleeper pick, the sleeper player on this Handless Dogs team. They're really allowing Twisty to do all their magic and just keeping possession, which was really what you want from a midfielder. Like, all you can ask if someone's off roll, they do their job solidly, give you the ball, and don't make many mistakes. Like triple size Kazan, that hook hit. Like, what? Come on now.
Yeah, disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. And yeah, I mean, quite literally critical mass for this Kazan. He is big enough to actually just take those strike wars from a mile away. And Ripstick, even though very enabled with his quick strikes, with a hot shot, with a little bit of size for himself as well, it's just so hard to deal with. KO now going to be found in the midfielder of these little Furrets here. Overrun Lemon maybe trying to defend it. Oh no, that's not what you want to see. A bit of a hiccup from both brawlers. It felt like Twisty striking it right into Ripstick, but Overgrown Lemon 5 unfortunately going to take that own goal with the Oni's blade. Handless Dogs now looking to pull away with this game, looking to cash in on the second to last spot to lift off. We're going to see Nicky Minolin here looking to start that corner offense. Angle Senpai now using cooldowns, but it's not going to be enough. The flip from Overgrown Lemon 5 is going to miss. That might just be it here for Wee's Little Furts. Ripstick, though, not to be counted out, is the Asher, has the flip himself to work with. Angle Senpai able to find the clear. Overgrown Lemon 5 now finally maybe an opportunity. No, going to be immediately denied away, but still able to find one goalie barrier regardless. The second one, though, not to happen. Ripstick again with core possession. Overgrown Lemon 5 limping away. Going to be taken out by the strike shot. The flip from Weston a little bit too early, a little bit too excited to win. But that's not going to be a critical mistake here. Might stall out the power play just a little bit, though. Buy some time for Overgrown Lemon 5 to come back. But the corner play is still there. Twisty now looking to get the pull through. Ripstick says, I'm going to be having none of that. Flips away. An insane angle coming through as well. Final goalie barrier going to go down for the Handless Dogs. The mix-up pull is going to be there. Overtime as well. The flip come through from Nicky Middleton, but it's going to be blocked away by the Asher. Overgrown Lemon not to be there. The glitch pop support from Nicky Middleton is perfect and sets up Twisty for the shot. Wee's Little Furret's going to be sent home packing. This North American Strikers Training Ground team is not going to have an opportunity to move on. Instead, the Handless Dogs going to be the one to take their place and punch their ticket to liftoff.
Great. That was a... I mean, in those moments, each team has to dig deep, and whoever cracks first is the one to lose, obviously. But diamonds were shown with Nicky Million on his midfield position. That clutch glitch pop at the end. They have the most redirects on their team. 1-7 scoreline. That was
Beautiful.
Yeah. Cinema. They played their part off roll. This is an off roll midfielder. Like, congrats to them.
Yeah, 100%. And no doubt, Nicky Middleton, a star supporting role, but supporting the star player in that Twisty, that 9+2 is a little bit disgusting. So many of those Kazan pulls looked absolutely just atrocious, like just horrendous, just egregious Kazan pulls off of the side. She is absolutely making Kazan look as strong as the character can be. And on the flip side, right, Weasel First does have the opportunity in the Nasty LCQ, but their hopes for NASA Plus is going to be dashed. Instead, the Handless Dogs, off of an amazing play, off that final glitch pop, is going to be punching their ticket in, and they're going to be moving forward safe and cleared for liftoff. This is a roster that is interesting. Obviously, I played on this team for ISS, so I think that Weston and Nicky Middleton is amazing, and they're joined by an even stronger player, I think, in Twisty. So should that midfield swap not cause too many hiccups, and from the looks of this game, it really didn't, I think this is going to be an incredibly strong team, and a lot of people were really looking at this team. So we'll see if they live up to those expectations come liftoff. But for now, we've got another game coming up in just a bit. E-Boy Entourage versus freaking esports again. Two nasty teams that are going to be fighting for that last chance to advance into the next league. They're going to be coming and going to blows in just a second, but we'll go to a quick break first. And Saya said that he can't hear us right now, so I have to gesture with my hands. It's time to finish, Saya. Hello, everybody, and we are here, the final game to come in, and right now there is a deafening silence. The walls are going to be closing in for these two teams. The final ticket to lift off for these NASA hopeful teams. Again, neither wants to repeat another tour of duty and nasty, and it's going to be down to this best of one in order to do so. It's going to be up to freaking esports versus eBoy Entourage to make that last spot for liftoff and have the opportunity to qualify for an upper league. We're going to start with a barrier going down by Andy. One barrier going to be matched as well onto IDC, but we'll see, as right now we have a bulk up timeless creator start.
Dash punch coming in from Snowball. It is a bulk up timeless creator start, so a lot of leniency for these power kills, these dash punch kills. So I'm looking at Snowball to be the star player here as they just get the goal. And these dash punches are going to be very fruitful for their success, because if Surapi plays in the way that Juliet wants, where you play on the wall and you put the turret down with the timeless creator and you're forced to have the midfielder stand in that precarious situation, that lends Juliet to have so much value with those dash punches and let them snowball into a win.
We'll see which happens. Both of these midfielders had their most well-known character taken away from them. The Estelle ban for freaking esports and the Juno ban for the eBoy Entourage. It's going to be up to the other remaining team members, who I believe are all on their signature pick, barring Andy, who's picked up that Finny instead of the Luna that he's a little bit more known for. It's going to be up to them to really show their character mastery and make some outplays, I think, to get in, because I genuinely believe both of these teams are very, very evenly matched. That being said, I think freaking esports a little bit stronger of a showing, especially at the end of the season of Nasty. But eBoy Entourage have been looking pretty dang good so far. They are absolutely not out of the count for this last spot. We're going to see a flip come out from Snowball. Flame Flurry to follow through. Both Andy and freaking Chris now going to be very low. Have the opportunity to be taken out. It's going to be up to Sarah now. Buy a little bit of time, dribble it forward. Freaking Chris now going to be playing for his life. One goalie barrier now going to go down. Sarah able to find a second. The X Maximus is going to come through. The X is going to be there and swinging away. The Atlas holds just for a moment. Sarah, though, a beautiful strike war win. Is able to find that second goal for freaking esports.
Yeah, great gameplay for the X there. Just forcing the Atlas into a precarious scenario because they have no cooldowns. And they press strike, ult, strike. The great combo that X players all do when they have their ult. And now they're looking pretty strong here. Atlas Express is forced out. The big finish is put on the field, but the possession is not kept. Went to the portal, and now it's back to neutral here. So coming in with the bell ringer, trying to keep the possession, but Snowball, unfortunate dash punch does not kill. And now they have no clones to help with the defense. Sail blows up the cat again, and now Andy pushing up with the flip, but the Atlas expanse does not work on IDC's side, and freaking Chris is credited with the goal, and now they're up one set.
Yeah, well played. Draft going to be coming out in just a second. Zero on this X, a critical win, right, for that composition. It means that scaling will absolutely be a problem later into this game.
Yeah. Big Fish, honestly, yeah, they picked the Big Fish here. They want the size, allow them to win more interactions in the corner. And now Atlas doesn't really have anything. They take specialized training for some reason. What do you think about that, Big Matt? Because I'm flabbergasted. I'm like,
yeah, I feel like the Monu deny would have had a lot more impact, but I suppose if you expect your team to be punched a lot, you could heal, because now your healing is like absurd. 35% more healing on Atlas means that with a click of a button, you don't even need to go for the revive, right? You could just heal your teammate and play. Look where IDC is positioning, right? To drop it down at a moment's notice, to have a continued cornered offense, and to prevent Serapi from ever really being pressured stagger-wise, right? Which I feel like negates a huge strength of the Finny. So we'll see if that comes out. At the end of the day, would have liked to have taken that Monument. I would have taken the Monumentalist myself, but I'm not the one playing currently. So we'll see if IDC has the read onto that pick, or if it really was a blunder.
Yeah. It's looking pretty rough here for eBoy Entourage. But good clear out. The X-Max pick does not allow them the success. Serapi had no evade though. But the cooldown, the core control for Zero, led in the key possession here. At the healing, yeah.
He's full! He's fully healed!
HP. Now they have no cooldowns on the defense. So Sarah was a critical strike, but Snowball with the clutch factor gets the dash punch, and now they have a power play here. But Andy does have to flip though. Snowball does rip it. That wasn't a checkmate scenario, so I would have liked them to hold on to it and find a better situation. But wow, Juliet sucks.
Yeah, that flame flare was a bit unfortunate, but a good glitch pop. Amy's pretty good in order to take that position, in order to keep that offense from really ramping up to something uncontrollable. Snowball now passes it down to the midfielder. A little bit scary now for Andy, but the good Giga Blast from freaking Chris is going to buy some crucial time. Unfortunately, the midfielder is going to be gone away.
Oh my.
Flip comes through. It's actually perfect. Gets set right to Snowball. I don't know if that was intentional, but if it was, that might have been the most creative clear I have ever seen from any goalie on this map.
Very interesting clear. And now I would like to say that the Fenny has taken mom boots here, so no strike shot for Snowball to deal with. I would like them to take more shots on like the barrier, like the goal. But so, Dash One does the whiff out. Swappy does find the cyber swap kill. And now power play here for E-Boy Underwatch. Looking really good. As long as they keep possession here, but the ball just digs out, and now the monument to this Finny, the big finish, will let them get the second barrier. And now, Sarah just threw possession, but doesn't matter. Never punished.
All good again. It's not about how well you play, it's about how you keep it together. And the final ticket on the line for liftoff. You do not want to be the team that was the last one to miss out. And right now the triangle of freaking esports is so beautiful. The passes are coming through right between the brawler and the midfielder of E-Boy Entourage. Freaking Chris again now blows the flip from IDC. Andy has to blow flip in return though. Now it's going to be a complete reversal of fortunes. It's going to be Andy here on the defense. Somehow finds the clear, though, as we enter overtime. KO going to be found now into the midfielder of freaking esports, but the clear can't be made just quite yet. Andy's playing this so well in order to keep the ball out of Snowball's hands, but just as it was looking up, Snowball is just like, I'm going to flip from midfield. I'm going to take this point. No shenanigans just quite yet, good sir. And they're going to be finding themselves with a very big lead coming into the second set.
Yeah, it's looking pretty good though for freaking esports. Sarah has a flip. They could try to find this cheeky kill, but they get reversal. The house expands coming to res the dead axe. Surely there's no reason to pop that. But the core control here, the possession, the IME turret, the side, I feel the Cyberwall Sentry. That's what it's called. That's besides the point. Snowball gets the flame fairy, gets the goose emote, and now they get the 3-0 sweep for the second set there.
Looking a little bit like a snowballer right now. MVP coming into this draft. We'll see, though, if this is truly a snowball or if this is merely just a draft debacle.
Ooh. They hovered over Demolitionist, but now they're going for a Spike of Agility. But they leave Finny with the glass cannon, which I mean, if you want to take sides as Juliet, you just take it. But, like, Spike of Agility? They're trying to scale for Spike scaling, maybe. Do they have a Spike? They do not. They did. Okay, they did have a CDR spike, so that does make sense. They take the Spike of Agility there.
Yeah. Win condition for that draft now thoroughly laid out for Snowball. On the flip side, that hot shot Timeless Creator now combination here on Atlas. I feel like it's going to be a little bit harder for this X to get through, but bulk up double size. I mean, look at this man, a kaiju in the corner offense coming through. Freaking Chris now trying to win the strike ward, but Snowball is snowballing. He's snowballing out of control, and he cannot get enough out of the barriers of Andy. Andy now falling apart in this situation. It's going to be up to freaking Chris and Sero to maybe match it. Andy looking to play so aggressive. This is the most aggressive goalie in the entirety of the NAS, it feels like, and we're seeing that some of that here. Now pass comes up to freaking Chris through the portal. But the pass right down is going to be so bad. Snowball now has a flip, but it's a little bit too far behind. But that cyber swipe is actually going to be perfect. It sends it right through. Serapi going to be getting that goal. It looked a little bit scary for just a second, but the E-Boy Entourage is going to be pulling ahead.
Yeah, the side of freaking esports kind of threw possession, and then they get Snowball with the flip, and now E-Boy Entourage is looking much better now. Dash punch does not work, but this Manu finish is really proving to be a thorn in the side of E-Boy Entourage. Good quarter play, and now all the speed, freaking Chris pushing down with Andy, the walk-up playstyle, but somehow that does not go in. I thought IDC was wiggling a bit too much, but keeping it passing to a midfielder. A good strike run from Serape will contain the ball, and now they have possession.
Gonna be up to Andy now on the defense, out of his comfort zone. Snowball again, finds the double barrier, finds the KO, sends it in, and do not get this man the ability to cook for even a second. He will burn your house down. As of right now, friggin' Esports feels like they've got no home. Snowball has taken that away, and they are making them look mighty uncomfortable here in losers qualifiers.
Juliet is unlocked, the bulk up, double spark. Oh, Dashboard does not kill, but the cleanup with the cyber strike from Serapi allowed them to steal out the deal. Now power play coming in for Ibrahim. Good clear out from Andy 7675, and now the big finish is put on to the Atlas. Ooh. The Gale coming out from Chris will get the first barrier, but it's looking dicey here for Serapi. Bull Rush coming in. The healing though, the spectrated healing. But oh, the shot does not go for freaking Chris. And also has the ball in possession. Burns 2 cooldowns, but the Flame Flurry looking to kill freaking Chris here. They try to coordinate now. Flip! Oh, no. See, not many brawlers are not familiar with those scenarios where, oh, okay, this is a person I can flip off of and secure the kill with my midfielder, but it doesn't matter. Symbol has the core here. Dash punching Sarah, but there's no dice on the kill there.
Power play now going to finish. Sarah, though, absolutely dimed up by freaking Chris. Cashes out, no problem. Freaking Esports going to find themselves on board for their set, but they still got a little bit of a ways to go, and one slip-up we've seen has proven fatal for freaking Esports. You do not want to give Snowball that opportunity. We'll see, though, if they're going to be able to play this perfectly.
Yeah, Sarah was pretty low here with the flip. Maybe if they try to kill him, they have to kill him right now. Ooh, double barrier this fall, though. Oh! He sends the X towards the Atlas, and now this is a pivotal moment for Snowball here, trying to make something happen for his team. But the portal play will happen, and IDC is too slow on the trigger with the primary. And now it's 2-2 for both teams, 1 set apiece, and this is where diamonds are made.
Yeah, and this is a season-defining point that's going to be coming up. Who takes it to the final set? And who punches that last ticket to lift off now? All the dice on the table. Zero is going to be able to take that first barrier. Second one going to be denied away. A KO going to be found, though, and the primary Snowball is now out of commission, but the glitch pop is going to be found. Andy, a perfect card, is going to keep both goalie barriers alive. Sarah, an opportunity. The X Maximus is going to send it into that second goalie barrier. Snowball now going to be back alive. It's going to be up to the forward duo, freaking Esports, to now play defense. The Flame Flurry is there to deny away the flip. The Monumental Spinny now coming through. Freaking Chris desperately trying to get the core away from his goalie barriers. The namesake of the team is going to be able to do it. Sarah now flipped a 50-50 shot by IDC, but it's not going to be enough. Sarah's going to send it in. The X is too big, is too scaled to deal with, and freaking Esports now going to be on their qualification set to punch that last ticket to lift off.
Peak performance is on the field now, and the Ivy is forced to deny the extra special from the Finny because that's the big problem, and now this X is he's capped out. Like, double stagger awakening plus double size. Like, how are you gonna kill this guy? And he's gonna cover so much space, do so much damage, that it's probably gonna be GG's now, because if all they need to do is give the X the ball and he'll do all the work.
Yeah, this X is absolutely disgusting. I think the only character in this game that could potentially meet up is that second place in draft. The extra special Timeless Creator Deadeye Aimi is going to be here. That is so much utility, so much damage. This Aimi really can do it all, but as of right now, it's X getting it all done instead. An absolutely explosive start from freaking Esports. A 7-second goal and a KO on the goalie for good measure. Sero, as you mentioned, is totally enabled. This X has scaled out of control. It's going to be up to the E-Boy entourage to pick together the pieces if they want to scrap their way into that final qualifier spot.
I think the big mishap is that Andy 7675 has the Monumentalist Finny, and I mean the X is obviously the big problem here. But oh my gosh, Snowball gets caught lacking with the dash and gets punished with the ult. But oh my gosh, Zero's in there, bopping the flip just for the aura, and now it's that point, match point, qualifying point for freaking Esports here.
feels almost inevitable. This X is so absurdly strong. Look at him go. All the stagger in the world, all the speed in the world, all the size in the world. And on top of that, the Monumentalist Fini to help him in the corner. Goalie berries are going to be exchanged. Freaking Chris now looking to take that second one down, but it's going to be Cero to finish the job. Snowball, a good dribble, but it's not going to be enough. Andy now pushing the core forward. It's going to get in the hands of Cero again. The opportunity is going to be there, but the strike force actually comes through. They find the way to break through. Snowball now passes it down to his midfielder. He's going to knock it off the glitch pop.
87-6-7-5. Oh,
freaking esports is going to keep their hopes alive. And it wouldn't be a freaking esports game without an Andy crash out like that. But this is the perfect time to do it. They still have the opportunities. For East Boy Entourage are absolutely not out of the woods, but any moment's notice can swing the favor for either team.
Yeah, they dig it out. Snowball has the possession here, trying to 1v9. Andy 7-6-7-5 loses the barrier, and now Snowball trying to give the possession to the ball here to the Ivy, and now it's looking pretty dire here for E-Boy, not E-Boy, I don't know, it's freaking esports. Gigabots comes to hit out Snowball to push them away, and now the ult's gonna be placed down, the big finish, but it doesn't do any work. They keep it contained, and now, oh my gosh, level flip coming out for E-Boy Entourage, and now Snowball gets the kill on the X, and is this a bit of an ego check? And Andy 7-6-7-5 losing their mind, gets pushed out, but the Giga Blast will secure the kill on the poor Juliet. Big and Chris has all the speed in the world with the Kai, and now Andy 7-6-7-5 gets a reversal by the Ivy Dash, and now power play here for E-Boy Entourage. Power play to Snowball to himself, the self-pass, and now that extra special timeless creator Deadeye Ivy will do all the work for Snowball. Cyberswag comes out, no pop on the flip, a bit dicey here on the scenario. Specialized training ult from the Atlas will do no saving right now, but the strikes, the layer, Snowball does not walk towards the ball, but it's a bit dicey playing with the nerves here. Player falls finally. 87-6-7-5 with the timer to Zero, and now we'll seal the deal out for freaking esports. We'll secure the last qualifying spot for liftoff.
Yeah, and E-Boy Entourage, it felt like they had it. There was a world where Serapi hit that cyber swipe where E-Boy Entourage could have taken the whole thing, but that's what happens when you're on qualification point. One misstep, one slip up, one mistake, and that is going to be a replay that you're going to think about for the rest of your Omega Strikers career. And that is exactly what has happened to poor Serapi. Cero, unfortunately, a little bit too big for the E-Boy Entourage to handle. It's going to be pushing that 6.3 through and punching that ticket to attend liftoff with freaking esports.
The freaking esports, even with all the shenanigans that were being pulled on that last match, they lock it in, they get it done. And unfortunately for E-Boy Entourage, they have to settle with losing just right outside the qualification point. That always sucks, but I know they'll do great things in the nasty qualifier if they do decide, which will be happening alongside liftoff if I am sure. I'm not sure, but I know there's a nasty qualifier for those last like 6 spots, so they're not out of it yet. They could always decide to qualify. So for all those teams who want to play in the league still, there's always that last qualifying point. Then there's the Swiss rounds that usually happen for nasty. So don't lose your hope there.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Not the end of these teams, but it is the end of any hope of advancing past the training grounds, getting into the tier 2 or the tier 1 leagues. That door has now officially closed for the E-Boy Entourage. It's going to be freaking esports punching in their freaking ticket to freaking liftoff. They're going to be in liftoff, and I think off the backs of Cero, some Andy shenanigans, I feel like that was a classic freaking esports game. There's no better way to do that, and that's that. That's all the slots filled. We now know our liftoff teams. Congrats to every single team that has made it through the Launchpad gauntlet. You have cleared the first step in your journey to find your place in the North American Strikers League Season 7. But the journey is not over yet. We're going to be back, I believe, in the new year in 2025 after the holidays to now finish out 2026. Yeah, it is 2026 next year, actually.
It doesn't feel like
it doesn't feel like it at all, but we'll be back in the new year to finish out this qualification seasons. So all of these teams, they're going to be doing their homework. They're going to have a month to prep against each other to figure out their bracket path and figure out their way to get whatever goals that they want to achieve. So absolutely going to be grinding out over the holiday season. We'll see what all these teams have in store for us. But for now, we'll catch you guys coming in for liftoff because we have all been cleared to watch the show. So we'll catch you around. I'm Brickbat, joined by Big Tilt, and you guys have a wonderful rest of your year. Happy holidays, Merry Christmas, Happy Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. Happy getting drunk with your friends on New Year's, and if that's your religious celebration too, that's cool too. We'll catch you guys though in 2026. Farewell.